Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. I got a message from Zoe this morning. 3 to 5, she said, so it's almost 3. So I'm going to let her know. It gives her a heads up I'm here. So we're going to be talking about the biggest topic of the day. That is the diesel fuel shortage. Yeah. So, what does that mean? Well, I'm going to talk to you all about what's happened, okay? First of all, Higgins has been a trooper. Higgins has to reach now that, we're not going to sit here and poke the bear. We talked about that. He's not going to sit there and say red wave, blue wave, or green wave, or purple wave, right? What we're going to be talking about today is very important. That doesn't even apply to the laws of, everything going on. So please excuse me this morning while we discuss the area problematic, which is diesel fuel. So Higgins turned around and gave me a notice, right? Notice said, quote unquote, that it was like the 14th of October, right? And there was going to be supposedly this diesel fuel shortage. Well, you could sit there and say, okay, that's cool. But is it really cool? No. You see, problem is it's not cool. Yeah. And you say, oh, how come it's not cool, Rita? Well, put it to this way. It's because apparently it was given on the 24th. I'll read you the information, okay? Give me a minute. I have to. There. All right. Everyone is entitled to their fresh coffee. Yeah. All right. So let's get to it, shall we? So basically, welcome, gang. So Higgins gave me some information. It was a big PDF I read last night. And the PDF was pretty interesting. Okay, let's get down to facts while this loads up. Okay. So basically, it was like a timestamp. It's like I got my news the 23rd, I think it was, in the morning. And Higgins started saying, oh, it seems Higgins wants fact check me on everything. Well, I'm not going to let him fact check everything because he doesn't have mighty relations with it. Well, he does, but, God's telling me certain things, right? So not like, oh, go do this, go that. It's like, politics stuff. But anyway, so Higgins gave me an email, right? And apparently it was right here, okay? So he gives me this, right? And he made a PDF out of it for me. All right, it says here. As of October 14th, the U.S. has 25.4 days of diesel fuel. So if you have 25.4 days of diesel fuel, why, quote unquote, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Why isn't the Republicans sitting there going, ding, 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 oh, look what they're doing to you? Or the Republicans not knowing. I mean, they're so locked into who's going to run the power that they're not going to see a severe cripple in the country. I mean, literally. I mean, look, Biden's sitting there like, oh, look, I just tanked out another thing, right? He's tapping into our oil reserves. Apparently, our oil reserves is for our military, not for giving to the American people. Fortunately, if China keeps building up their own oil supplies, what's going to happen, So the truth is in the pudding. Think about it. Anyways, so the truth's in the pudding. Zoe's not here yet. She's going to cut her own time. I'm going to tell it like it is, okay? All right. This is how I see things, all right? 3 to 5, okay? I've agreed to 3 to 5. After 5 her time, I'm out. So you're going to get me for 2 hours. From the 2 hours, that's it, okay? So basically, there's a lot coming down the pipe, and I want to go through every bit of email that Higgins sent me this morning on it, okay? And that is the Higgins says I find it weird that it lands on election day. Feels like a planned crisis to me. Well, think of it this way: we'll not never know if there's a planned crisis or not, Higgins. Problem is, I'm here to address your concerns today. Okay, I'm not here to basically sit there and say, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah." Oh, while we're waiting for Higgins, okay, and Zoe, I'm gonna give you guys my email address. If you have any questions or comments, I'll leave in the live chat. You can donate to me if you wish, okay? Currently, I take gift cards. I don't have super chat because I don't have 1,000 subscribers, but I'm working towards it. But the main thing is I'm here for you all, okay? That's why I'm doing this morning. Higgins is kind of in a pickle. Frankly, I wouldn't worry too much, but Higgins brought up another reason why to be concerned. Okay, now me, I'm one of those that I go with the flow, okay? You keep prepping, you bring in stuff. However, the prepping problem is going to be worse, okay? A lot of preppers are saying there's going to be something big happening, you know. Last night, Chloe and I were watching some CP, Canadian, you know, person. Not what you think, a Canadian person. Not you know. And he was on YouTube. And no, Higgins, I can just go find it again later and then just change the figures when I'm ready. I mean, literally, you all saw it. You all got to see it, you know, and don't worry about it, right? We're here to address the situation this morning, Higgins, which is a lot. So Higgins is worried about this being some kind of stumped for the election, right? Here's my email address if you want to donate, okay? You don't have to, but this is very important news today. And I really want to get eventually to doing other things, okay? So basically, it goes like this, okay? Fuel shortage, martial law. Now, people could sit there and say, oh, I must be paranoid. Maybe. But Higgins brought up some very good, valuable arguments yesterday's video during live. You see, so Higgins goes into details, okay? He's giving me all these questions right now. I want to read them too, but he's just telling me, you know, what he did with his mom just a couple of minutes ago, you know, like there was an oily substance on his window. And he had to go into full details of what he did, break it down step by step, you know, and it's like, you know, I'm doing a live video, right? And yet I'm sitting here and I'm trying to explain to you Higgins' concerns, and he's like, wax on, wax off, doot, wax on, wax off. Let's just get to the Higgins thing, okay? First of all, for this topic to work properly, I'm going to tell you what I think and etc. And if you have any questions while you're here, because I'll be going between the camera and the studio view so I can see if there's comments, okay? First up, Find it weird that it lands on election day. Feels like a planned crisis to me. Well, I never thought about it that way until you brought it up to me last night, and then I was dog tired because I was doing YouTube and then these videos, correction videos, and then Higgins is like, here, I got this for you. And it's like, so I had to go in and make correction, and then Higgins is reading stuff, and then all of a sudden he's like, Higgins didn't want to explain it to us, like, you screwed up, boss, but I'll help take the pancake with you. Apparently the report was hiding something to the effect that the report's hiding or something, here you go, and you're looking at the date, like 10 days ago, and you're looking at 10 days, and they're saying 25 days of fuel, and yet then Higgins and I recalibrated, and we're like, this is election day we're running out. Election day. Now, Higgins brought up some good points. So, like, for example, I want to bring up this in yesterday's video. What does it delay? What does it delay, truly? Well, let's see. Yesterday, Higgins and I was talking about schools, all right? School buses run diesel. He just says, like teacher, diesel school buses. You must not like kids because they always run their battery powered like lifelike Jeeps and stuff and being like. So he's like, yeah, kids are on my lawn again. He's like Krusty Higgins, So the next one, and let me just say, when I was talking to Higgins about school buses, we were also talking about the other problems in the country, right? You see, I'm on a tight schedule myself, so right at 5 o'clock, if Zoe doesn't show up, she loses the day, pretty much. I'm deciding, to a point that I will cater to a person's time frame, but if they're not here, oh well, right? So, anyways, what does this affect the rest of the people, right? I love Zoe, by the way. Not saying I'm catering to anyone. No, I'm catering to Higgins today, okay? So basically, what's going on? Okay, you got school buses will be delayed. You'll have everything delayed. This will basically come to a grinding halt, but before we get into details, I want to go through the email one by one, but I just saw Higgins post another email, and I'm going to check on it and let you guys know. Let's see, Higgins, Oh, that was a window cleaning thing. So anyways, yeah, okay. So basically, Higgins says that the election thing is bothering him, the first thing, right? The election thing. And first of all, Higgins has a right to be worried, okay? Because frankly, this is bigger than all of us, okay? So no diesel cripples the train market, okay? Let me show you what's happening, okay? The government doesn't. Hey, Mop, how are you doing today? She's down here today. See? Oh, you're getting comfortable on my floor, huh? I gave you a chair to live in. See, what do you guys think of him, huh? Isn't he cute? This guy means the world to me. Hey, how you doing, son? Okay, so let me tell you what's going on in the world. Okay. So basically what's going on in the world is, all right, for 2 years, the government didn't think about restructuring or resupplying diesel, right? You can say, oh, that's cool, or what a load of baloney, right? Let me put it this way. The only ones using a little diesel was the trains, right? Most of our diesel was being sold off because of the pandemic. So our diesel reserves are low. So when people started saying enough's enough of these BS lockdowns and fighting back, they finally got things moving, right? So what happened? I'll tell you. the government turned around, right? The government turned around and didn't tell anyone there was a diesel shortage until things started happening on the 14th of, right, 14th of right, of right, 14th, right? That's 10 days ago, right? We finally got it cleared, and it says it'll be out in 25.5. This is actual thing. Bloomberg said it, and then Bloomberg leaked it out, and no one covered it, right? Then it talks about all options are on the table. Yet Biden said he wants to buy fuel from $67 to $72 a barrel for diesel or fuel in general. Oil to refill the reserve, but if the reserve doesn't get refilled from 62 to 72, then the problem is our reserves aren't going to be, So he's trying to basically tell the oil people that you're going to get $70, right? Well, OPEC Plus wants at least 100 to 120, maybe even more, right? So the U.S. basically turns around, depletes all their fuel, and then expects the expects OPEC C to give them a deal, and they're like, no. See, basically, the Senator Barrasso, right, says this is this cripples the economy and hurts the Americans struggling to fill their tanks and heat their homes. Problem is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was designed for, built for America's fuel for the military. They weren't supposed to tap into it for civilians. Unfortunately, every president now thinks it's okay to tap in to give it to civilians. Well, if the military has no fuel, then what happens, right? But this isn't the kicker of the story. I haven't even finished the story, right? So basically, they're saying tit for tat. They want to impeach people. They want to do this. They want to do that. The problem is when Higgins turned around, Higgins had this big story, okay? I want to address the Higgins story, okay? Because Higgins makes some good points yesterday. One was, he said to me, oh, what's the first thing he said was, election, after giving me the info is, he didn't say red wave. He's not allowed to do it. He'll be banned. He will literally be banned. But he literally's got more on his plate right now than basically poking the bear. You see, the Higgins, what's more important? Harassing the bear about a blue wave or a red wave? No, I said what I said and I'm leaving it go. He said his thing and he let it go, okay? We're trying to be adults here and cover a crisis, okay? What's more important is Higgins would say, poking each other. The honey badger pokes the bear pokes the honey badger, or the truth's in the pudding when we talk about the serious crisis here. You see, the Americans are not talking about this. That's the thing. I told my dad last night, I said, oh, it's all BS. You are falling for BS propaganda. Bloomberg's owned by Republicans. Republicans own Bloomberg, so they're not going to spill it because if they do, the news will fact check it. That was his answer. The news will fact check it. Okay. Well, if this is the case, then maybe I should send when Brother Higgins gets on, because I haven't seen Zoe yet. Zoe said 3 to 5, but she hasn't been on yet. And I told Zoe yesterday that she should have joined us because this would literally scare her travel, because, it's not there to scare travel, but it makes her think, right? But she says, oh, I'll be at 3 to 5. Yeah. Tell you lollygag, and then you do this. Yeah, we know how women are. They see something, they're like, ooh, You got to speak wife, and then they're like, oh, should I get it? And next thing you know, the wife's waiting 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6, looks at her time and says, oh, my deadline's passed because I was too late at the grocery. I see someone say, oh, hey, Higgins, how are you? Oh, yeah. Next, 2 hours later, they're like, oh, yes. I mean, the old days. But anyways, so basically, let's just finish this this thing, okay? So Higgins first says, it feels weird that it's an election day. Yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, the only way they're going to run out before election day is if they use more diesel than they know what to do with. I mean, look, apparently New York got 100 million barrels of diesel, but no one told us where it went. That's the thing. They have loaded on trucks and sent to places, right? Trains. So even if they load it on trains and move it, what happens? Tell me. Nothing. It goes down the toilet. So, unless we know something, that's what they said. Now, shorter the better. Now, Higgins basically brought up the point yesterday about school buses, right? He literally said school buses, right? Because I forgot about it. I said, without trains moving the goods to us, we run out of food and we go hungry. But then Higgins says without diesel, kids can't go to school. Well, without trains to move the cargo, that's one section of the problem. But what about without diesel? There's other problems. Number 4 is used for planes. Planes are grounded, right? Planes are grounded. Then I said Greyhound won't move. Then I said the only transportation that's going to be running around the trains running around are the electric ones and electric buses. Otherwise, there's no transportation, right? Well, Higgins says, I'm going to go through his email, right? I wonder why Uncle Joe's getting excited about releasing more and more strategic oil supplies. He's trying to time the crisis for a specific day. Or he's trying to cripple the economy by giving up our oil. I mean, look, Higgins. I know Higgins is not watching or Zoe, but let me just relate to Higgins as an email. Okay, Higgins, let me put it this way. You're completely right, but you also got to remember Uncle Joe, or as PP said, Uncle Potato Head, Mr. Potato, old senile Joe. People make fun of him all the time. I'm just throwing it out there for fun. Basically sold our diesel off to Ukraine because Ukraine needs it more, giving up everything. Thing is, if we don't defend democracy, then what do we have left? I mean, literally, doesn't people care about democracy, or do they want lower? Or is the country sold for a gallon, a cheap, less 5 cents gallon of nickel? I mean, what is democracy for? I mean, I would like to debate that with Higgins one day. Just literally debate it, okay? I mean, literally. My father-in-law was like, you should have a debate one of these days with someone about what democracy is. I mean, he would do it, but he's got to go to work, every day. But he said he would love to debate democracy. I mean, literally. I mean, there's two sides of the coin. Now, frankly, how is democracy a thing? I can explain it later. Not today because, I need to get the topic set together. But he says, I was just thinking, diesel shortage, that would be bad. Yes, you see, I said everything would come to a grinding halt. I didn't take into account for the fact that I wasn't thinking, as I was tired last night for doing so many videos and so many things that Higgins this morning posted early in the wee mornings when I was sleeping. Semi-trucks. Now, remember what I said. Without semi-trucks, 1/3 of our groceries won't be delivered, right? But what about our gasoline? Think of it. Trains can't deliver the diesel or the gasoline tankers. Then that means that. I mean, think of it. Trains can't deliver diesel fuel, propane tanks, everything, right? Let's just say All the petroleum products could not be moved from a train to the train depot, from the depot by truck. The trucks can't move. That includes but not limited to gasoline, which means there's something big coming down the pipe, right? But they say we don't have a gasoline shortage, just a diesel shortage. And yes, Higgins, that's where I wanted to go with this. Yes, you're completely right. It does affect the gasoline. Without a semi-truck to a tractor trailer with a tanker on the back, you can't. And by the way, the tankers have to have special permits for special drivers because those tankers could be very dangerous. Propane tanks on the road, those giant ones. Diesel fuel, gasoline. I mean, remember, these things are basically a ticking time bomb. You know, they say you can't smoke in the cab of your semi truck because you're carrying a giant tank in the back. Yeah, so you know. So then Higgins says, so they're trying to bring the economy to a screeching halt to offset the inflation. Higgins, I don't know what to tell you there, my brother, but I could read this all day and not come to a conclusion, okay? By putting people out of work faster, well, this would do more than put people out of work, okay? Some of you sit there and say, well, what's that mean? Well, think of it. No truck drivers, because of no diesel, no groceries means no grocery stores. No truck drivers means no supplies to, no diesel means no supplies to the grocery store. The only way the grocery stores could work is if they rented out all the Hertz Penske's, all the U-Haul and all the Ryder trucks, right? I'm talking every gasoline truck imaginable and do short haul with repair depots along the way to repair them until the supply reserve of diesel has been done. And even if we could, the thing is they would have to fast track and do. The problem would be it would cripple the country more. Think about it. They turned around and took all our reserves, right? All our reserves. Turned it into diesel. It wouldn't work because the truth is, as I said in yesterday's videos, that if you're looking at the numbers of diesel, after you take 1 barrel of petroleum, fossil fuel, oil, you'll make 20 gallons of fuel. Then you'll make a whopping 10 gallons of diesel on top of that. And then you got the rest broke up. So the chart's there. But the problem is, how much more are you going to be taking, right? You sit there and say, oh, well, you know. No, I'm not saying, oh, well, you know. I'm saying, think about it. When you break it down, they're making more gasoline. They have to take a lot more to make ultra low sulfur diesel, you know. How does that work? I mean, look. Let me tell you what I think, okay? Higgins might be right, Higgins might be wrong, but let's break it down in devil's advocate. Uncle Joe wants us all to be energy dependent, right? But if he cripples the entire fuel problem, right? That could go on for days, which could trigger martial law. But let's continue, right? Interest rates increase, not working fast enough. Well, they already said he's going to basically pound out 3 more interest rate hikes, right, before the end of the year. So they're bringing everything at a standstill with no diesel or gas, so people can. Well, you know, they say that if you can't control them one way, you can control them. You can control it in another way. You know, I, for one, I'm going to go, So basically look at it from a point of view. Food being controlled by what? Food being controlled by what, and then by what? I mean, literally, I'll get to comments in a minute. But think of it. Higgins is like, it's not working, so we're going to crash the economy. Look, the report came out on the 14th. That's going to run out of fuel on the on election day, right? No one knows. I mean, literally, I don't have any answers, okay? All I'm doing is reporting the news, okay? Will this cripple the country? Maybe. Will this make it so they declare martial law? Maybe. I mean, literally. I mean, I don't know all the answers. I'm just giving it to you as as one person from my own mind sees it. I mean, literally. That's the problem, you know. Excuse me, I told everyone here not to talk red wave, okay? Literally, you're going to give me a heart attack. I mean, you're basically all drive me freaking bonkers. If you would just show me some respect and not say red wave here, I wouldn't be having the massive headaches where I need to take the ibuprofen right now. I mean, at least if you're going to be here, you guys basically show some respect. I mean, doesn't anyone realize right now that that's a trigger to me? I mean, and not to mention Zoe ain't here like she had said she would be. Maybe I'll just get through this video as fast as I can and leave today. I mean, literally. Look, I'm going to answer the comments and go for there. If anyone gives me another headache, I'm going to be basically starting to send them a bill. I'm going to give you the facts. I'm not here to take someone's headache because of the whole... Look, I don't know how much Joe did to Biden, okay? And I don't care. Look, yeah, are you trying to really piss me off today? Because usually we have a good working relationship, sis, and you never say this. You know it's a trigger to me. Son of a bitch. Look, point is, I'm not trying to talk about blue or red waves. We have a serious crisis here, and I asked it specifically in the beginning of the video. I said, as long as no one talks about blue wave, red wave, or purple wave, or green wave, we should be fine. But when someone just comes out in the blue and says red wave, that triggers me, and I already gave a warning. And with Zoe not being here, I'm getting ready to be basically done with this today. She asked me 3 to 5. It's already 3:30. And frankly, I'm feeling like I don't even want to be here because no one's fucking listening. Came here to talk about a serious problem. Trying to explain that something's coming down the pipe. This is why I was doing offline videos. It's easier. No one says anything that... I can't even get... Where's the... There you go. There. So I popped out the chat so I don't have to see it, okay? I won't even know if Zoe's here. Sorry to say, Zoe, unless you message me on Instagram. I popped the chat out. I don't want to see it. There. So if you guys want to go talk about whatever wave it is, feel free to. It's your freedom of speech. My freedom of speech is I'm going to say what I want, and I'm not going to look at the chat. I come here to see what you guys have to say, but it's getting to the point where it's every man, woman, and child for themselves of what they believe in. Whatever happened to peace on earth, goodwill to man, and basically accepting each other's thing? I mean, literally. Higgins asked serious questions here. I'm trying to answer it. But instead, this is turning out to be pretty bad. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm about to log on. Those out there, and people are talking red wave. Oh, who's talking red wave now? That family was apparently she wants to counter it when I say blue wave. Not counter, I believe. Who's saying red wave?
I'll talk to you later.
I was going to go on later in a place. Nah, don't bother. I'll be done by then. Anyways, everyone. So, I was having a great day this morning until someone broke my rhythm. You see, I'm a YouTuber that gives you the news, right? I'm not here to basically sit there. It's like I said in my beginning of my video. I'm here to give you the news, semi-cater to you, and then leave. Zoe, on the other hand, isn't even here. Yesterday, she knew there was some big news. Then, today, I mean, literally, it's starting to piss me off to no end. Ooh, that's nice. See, I always get sidetracked on those. And then, she says, oh, I'm going to the store. That's fine and dandy. But, thing is, I only took the 3 to 5 show for her. Okay? Plain and simple. I'm doing offline videos because they're easier, shorter, and efficient. Yeah. And yet, at the same time, I turned off the chat because I don't want to see it. You see, you got people ganging up on the bear. Okay? It's my channel. I have rules. My rules are simple. Right now, today, we don't talk about red wave, blue wave, or green wave. Oh, the word blue wave triggers. You know what triggers me? Someone says red wave. Triggers me because I get freaking lambasted by someone else. But no one cares about that. They care about their own democracy. I'm going to be getting up and I'm going to be doing a video or a podcast probably tomorrow without doing YouTube, talking about what is democracy. Because frankly, I'm fed up. Everyone's got their own idea democracy is. Thing is, we all have our own opinions. But apparently, people that supposedly think, free thinkers, aren't really free thinkers. They're told what to do. They're slaves of other people. That's what I think. I think that everyone around is basically a slave. You can see a retarded person, you think you can manipulate them. Oh, I'm going to manipulate them to be a Republican so they get kicked off the dole and then thrown to a group home or homeless. I mean, literally, it seems everyone's trying to manipulate everyone else for what? Their own gain. I mean, look. We're here to talk about a diesel fuel problem. Unless you have any suggestions or have any comments on the diesel fuel problem that links up to, but not limited to, the day of the election. I mean, look, they could basically turn around and say diesel fuels, we miscalculated, we're out of gas in October 31st. I mean, literally, we don't know. No one's saying anything, and I'm getting fed up of listening to people. I mean, look, mainstream media is not covering it. Why? I mean, I asked this earlier. Why? Why isn't the mainstream media covering it? Does anyone know? No, they don't. And then we have problems. I mean, we have problems. I came here because Zoe said I can be from 3 to 5. Sure, no problem. Where's Zoe? Not here. I got Higgins. I got Fanny. Fanny's cool, by the way. I just am stressed and triggered. I mean, look at. You know how hard it is to literally get a break? Literally? Does anyone know? I get up in the morning. I'm on this. First thing, checking the news. Civil War? Nope. Any news on World War III and nuclear war? Nope. Any news about anything that will hinder the election? Oh, Lindsey Graham did this and the Supreme Court went for it. Oh, that might basically piss off a few voters. Next. Oh, okay. No Civil War. No World War III. No nuclear war. Nothing on the stock market. Stock market's doing great this year. Woot, everyone's all worried. And I'm thinking, Higgins thinks that, no banking collapse. Which brings us to the whole oil fuel problem, okay? Without fuel, that basically doesn't sell products and everyone stops working. Higgins is right about it. Think about it. Trained engineers can't work. Right? I'm going to break down the whole tree of things, right? Let's just put it this way. Factories will make their food, right? But what if the factories that have their own little warehouse fills up? They can't make food, so the factory workers stop. Meanwhile, the warehouses are full. Trains eventually run out of diesel, can't pick up the things, right? Meanwhile, the trains can't get to the train ports or the seaports, right? To load and unload the food and other products we buy, right? So the trains are sitting in a depot. The trucks can't move, right? Higgins is more worried about gasoline prices. He has a right to, but in my freedom, his freedom of speech, right? And it's Fanny's freedom of speech too, but we're all stressed. We are really stressed. I mean, literally. People won't give me a break. I mean, literally, right? And then what happens? And then, by the way, feeling a little too toasty in here again. If I drop the temperature down, maybe it'll be fine. Anyway, let me just finish, okay? So, Higgins is worried about gas prices. He has a right to. I have a right to. Sun comes out, sun comes in, sun comes out, hits the window, bakes me. He has a right to complain. He literally has a right to complain about everything, right? Now, with me, of course, the problem is getting rebalanced. I'm not really rebalanced right now because I'm under a lot of stress. I mean, literally, I don't get a lot of breaks. You know, yesterday it was like so many offline videos, I thought I was losing my damn noodle. But anyway, since we're all having a good old time today, let me just explain things, okay? So that basically turns around, right, in the train. Train doesn't move, trucks don't move, nothing gets moved, right? Eventually, there's no diesel to move the businesses around to get people their jobs. People can't get jobs, right? Without jobs, everything comes to a grinding halt. And Higgins is right. Tankers move. Train tankers and semi-tankers move fuel. But what if there isn't any fuel tankers? What if there isn't any tankers to do that? Then what? Then what happens? Nothing gets moved, right? Then what? We're screwed, right? We're literally screwed. I'll tell you that much. Which means without diesel, which is the workhorse of this country comes to a grinding halt. But has anyone seen anything in the mainstream media about it? No, they're keeping it under the rug until it gets to the point where, you know, Chloe says, oh, well, that's because they don't want to cause panic. Well, I think I'd like to hear Higgins and Fanny's part. As long as we basically leave the whole who's going to win, blah, blah, blah alone, because I'm having a massive headache already from it today. I mean, I have my own opinions, but apparently my opinions don't count for anything or what God says. So I'm going to keep my damn chili hole and wait till the election, but you guys keep raising it. I mean, literally, if I keep saying we'll wait till the election, don't talk about it, and you guys talk about it. I mean, literally. The other day, we had someone here who was being a troll after Higgins actually did his job for once. Another one time was Tony. Which Tony's not around because he's, I don't know, maybe Tony's mad at me too. I don't know, you know. But this has been working out pretty good because, you know, you got to ask yourself, how's that going to affect the entire job command, right? The job command is, the job command is pretty bad, okay? The job command is without a truck, delivering supplies to restaurants. Restaurants will be, quote unquote, not open. And then without a truck, Walmart and all the stores can't provide. So there'd be panic and the grocery stores would be bare. Meanwhile, the government's not saying anything about the government's not telling us anything. That's what's really bothering me to no end. That's why when I do my podcast, I say my mind. But apparently I can't speak my mind due to the fact, that, that it's done. So, wow. So, full ignore mode. Can you believe that, everyone? Full ignore mode, basically. Still at the grocery store. I mean, literally. I mean, big news coming down the pipe. She's going to miss it yet again. I mean, literally, it's making me sick, You know. I mean, I'm to tell you guys the news, and it's freaking me out because, technically we don't know what's going on, I mean, literally, I feel like leaving. I mean, literally. I feel like my YouTube channel ain't even making a dent, not even helping anyone. That's what I feel. I mean, think of it. I feel like this is just people wanting to, they like my videos because I'm a weirdo. Yeah, which reminds me, when's my appointment? I think it's Wednesday at 4. I think it's Wednesday at 4. Anyways, I mean, literally, I'm running through stress, and my therapist, I think she's useless. I mean, she was basically highly valued, then she'd freaking do her job. Instead, she's freaking allowing, let's see, is it Wednesday or is it Thursday? Or is it tomorrow? All right, so it's Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday. What time is it on Wednesday? Okay, yeah, all right, cool. So I got an appointment on Wednesday, and that's it, But still, the thing is I'm. I mean, literally everyone, I try to do this for my best, okay? For you guys. That's all I do. I sit here and I work for you guys, that's all I do, as I work for you guys, I work for you guys and I'm giving you the right proper information on YouTube. Unfortunately, a lot of people are um not seeing the big ramifications, you know. I mean, literally, this is bigger news than seeing some guy post 17 hours ago that he's got enough intel that we're all going to be nuked or a nuclear war is going to happen, CP. I mean, literally, I watched several of his videos last night for entertainment, and I found him to be completely and thoroughly, useless. And then I watched videos about other videos, right? And couldn't find anything, I mean, literally, there is nothing coming down. I mean, literally, the point is, you got all these people, right? And they're sitting there, and they're worried about, you know, um, people are writing, oh yeah, the inflation's hard, and thing is I'm here to answer questions and to give some suggestions. I mean, think about it. Higgins turns around and says, "Will this affect the country?" Yeah, well, it'll do worse than affect the country. It'll cripple the country. This could bring the country to a global stock market crash, literally. I mean, you're talking a complete global destruction of the markets, and yet no one in their right mind, you know, would would you know yeah. So we're all stressed, okay? We're all stressed. And I'm stressed because, you know, I'm told I will be on from 3 to 5. That's a perfect window. Then I can go back to my documentaries and Disney I'm loving. Fortunately, I get on and there is no Zoe. Zoe's not here yet. And it, and you know, then I got upset at the fact that, um, by the way, whenever I pop chat out to cool down, let me just tell you a little secret. Usually it just doesn't work. Basically, you pop it back and it won't work. So it's popped out right now, so I don't have to focus on the chats, but I can focus more on the problems. Okay. And no, Zoe's not the problem. Okay. I'm the problem, I guess. You see, people don't realize that this will come to a grinding halt. No one wants to listen. They all think about a red wave, right? Now, what's upsetting me the most, okay, about this whole election cycle is worse than you guys can think, right? Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom. I think I'm about to tell you what I think. All right, so let me just tell you a story, okay? Before I go into my thought and train of thought, right? Diesel fuel's got problems, right? Diesel fuel is the worst of our worst, okay? You see, the American people turn around and they're always worried about some pissmire thing, right? They're like, oh, well, I'm worried about, my gasoline price. Well, you better be worried more than that dear damn gasoline price because when the damn problem happens, the government is going to have too much problems. You see, the government can't contain it. The government can turn around and say we owe 31 trillion in debt. We're going to manufacture a depression, a banking collapse, all on the backs of the voters, right? Think about it. All on the backs of the voters. And you sit there and you say, okay, and then what? Sorry, I'm just looking up something. So basically, the point I'm making is this, okay? The reserves are empty, okay? No one knows how they're going to fill them. Biden thinks that Uncle Joe thinks that everyone's going to give in to his price of $70 or whatever, right? $70. Fortunately, it ain't going to work that way, right? So we have an oil problem, an oil crisis that will basically cripple the entire economy, you know. So basically, without diesel fuel, everything comes to a grinding halt. Jobs are temporarily slowed down, which means inflation would come down rapidly due to the fact that no one's working. Is what I'm trying to get, you know, that's how it works. So that's how it is. Yeah. So anyways. So yeah, I thought I'd share that with you. So apparently, you know, it works. So that cripples the entire economy. And that's what I was trying to get at, without snapping, it is a trigger to me. I mean, literally, I'm getting triggered, this election. I mean, I literally tell Chloe to go to her room more because I don't want to be triggered. I mean, literally. I mean, I took 4 Tylenol today because my headache. I mean, literally, I'm just, people say to me, Rita, why are you in your jammies? Because they think I'm being so damn neglected, because I'm not wearing pants, in the day. You know why I'm wearing this? Because it's comfortable. Unless I want to go, and I'll tell you why I'm looking forward to a Monday, okay? I'm looking forward to a Monday because when I get done, I can put my robe on, grab my keys, walk upstairs, get the mail, read the mail, laugh at the mail. Mail usually is funny at times. Chuckle about the mail, and then move down through the whatchamacallits, right? Yeah. Usually the mail is pretty garbage anyways, right? And then Chloe will walk the dog, come back, and that's it, Then we got to figure dinner out. Well, let's see. I had hot spicy ramen the other night. Chloe had 1 pork chop that was hers. She let it go to waste. She wanted ribs or something. That leaves me with 1 frozen pizza, 2 pork chops, and a ground of, she's out of ground some. So I can make 2 pork chops tonight for dinner. Right? What you do is you cook the pork chops, right? Same gravy mix. Then when you're done, you throw it in 2 packs of ramen or 3 packs of ramen or 4 packs of ramen with a side of egg. And you got pork ramen with, egg. Yeah. So anyway, so approximately it is almost 4 o'clock there. So I got 1 hour on course for you guys. 1 hour. Chloe was like, "Do I need to get on and literally do a lambasting of whoever's whatever?" And I was like, no, you don't, because it's rude. It's rude to go and lambaste someone who doesn't. We're all going through a lot of problems already. I mean, literally, we are going through a lot of problems. I mean, it's not my fault that, Higgins has questions, and, etc. I mean, literally, I am getting triggered from politics. That was what my main thing was, Fanny said, "Oh, I'm triggered by Red Wave." You know what? I'm triggered politics in general. If we could just get fucking away from the fucking politics and not say something like, oh, if this happened and that happened or whatever. I'm talking about literally the news. I mean, literally, my father-in-law and I were talking about politics the other day, and let me tell you, the politics the other day was, we didn't want to hear it. We were literally sitting around wondering if we were literally going to hear it, and so the point is politics, right? Thing is, I'm getting to the point of my life, everyone, all right, that I like doing this for you guys, right? But I want to get my videos out there because there's not many people out there talking about the fuel crisis. I just Googled it pretty much. Not much. No one's even, because my algorithm and videos suck so bad, no one likes to watch my channel. So to me, it's fine that, if the freaking government gets away with what they're doing because they want to stomp out Republicans, I've already warned you guys, but you know what? Not many people are talking about it, All I hear from all of you guys is, and Higgins is right. What do we do about the fuel problems, right? What do we do about the fuel problems? I mean, this is bigger news than we thought. So, I mean, I'm trying to answer Higgins, What happens to the job market? Well, what happens if Zoe goes on vacation, example, Higgins, and then gets ready to go home a month later, and they're like, whoops, we can't do this. You can't leave where you're at because there's no diesel. I mean, literally, you make a good point. Well, what happens if there's no diesel? Doesn't the tanker trucks carry the gasoline? Tanker trucks do. Tanker trucks do. Tanker trucks move a lot of stuff. Tanker trucks move chemicals. Chemicals to make nitroglycerin and ammonias and bleach. They'll carry a lot of stuff by truck. Specialty designed trucks will carry specially designed tankers. They'll carry oil. They'll carry water. They'll carry milk. They'll carry so many things that ain't funny, right? You guys can see these tanker trucks, right? Hell, they have tanker trucks. I have to make a joke here because, well, it's my channel. They have tanker trucks that are called shitter trucks. They'll drive down the road and they'll be carrying your shit from your septic tank. Yeah, a septic tank truck. We call them the old poop trucks. So you drive down the road, those are the trucks that are like, poop truck. Let some other poor schlub get in front of it, and they're like, because when you're behind one, oh God, I mean, you do not want to be behind a poop truck. Trust me, it is. I mean, it's like sitting there, right? You know what a poop truck is, right? I was on a train once, right? And there's this guy, and he said, this train is always talked about, right? This specific car. I said, why? He said, oh, because, they won't fix the problem in the bathroom. So you go in there, right, and flush the shitter. And you're smelling diesel fumes with raw sewage. So it goes right into a tank right under the toilet. So it's like, you're sitting there. And you're like, oh God, people are like always going to other train rooms, right? So about a couple years later, I get on, right? Same conductors, they don't recognize me, And I'm sitting there and I'm going to back to Cleveland by this not double-decker train, it's single layer, right? Well, and behold, I said, oh my God. I said, what? I said, after 3 years, you guys still haven't fixed this train. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, 3 years ago, I was on this particular car next to the toilet, and you guys still haven't fixed it. He says, it hasn't been fixed, man, for 20 plus years. So anyways, the diesel fuel problem, like I said, is worse than we thought because without diesel, Amtrak doesn't move. Number 4, diesel doesn't move planes. Diesel doesn't move Greyhound, Amtrak, semi-trucks. Literally, right now, the calibration is we will be out of fuel on November 8th. Fortunately, as I said, Higgins and I are trying to figure out why election night. See, the report came in, right? Higgins gave me the report. And the report's pretty scary. I mean, literally, he's like, well, I gave you the info, I mean, literally, this was addressed on the 14th, right? The 14th that came out, right? The 14th, some reports came out, right? It was re-released or reposted on the 23rd of October, saying November 14th, it's been informed that we will be out of fuel, right? Well, when I got a hold of it, that was 9 days later, so we had to recalibrate things and found out it was election night when the diesel runs out. But diesel doesn't just run out. That means grocery stores run out because once the stores are empty, the trucks can't get it. And they're not even talking about, that's what I was talking about, was the government's not even talking about how to replace the diesel fuel. Literally. If I had the money, I would literally buy Zoe a base station scanner. I know she wouldn't be interested. And she can monitor. Higgins would probably be the one with his hand out going, me, 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 me. Well, you're not a beautiful woman, Higgins. Sorry, okay? And Zoe can monitor the train traffic around Chicago to see what's going on. That would be one of the best boots on the ground thing that she could do. She could be sitting and sending me reports like, trains, empty cargoes are sitting on the tracks. I mean, that'd be great. Higgins, I don't think you have a rail line around. Otherwise, the thing is, you got to monitor certain things. This is why scanners are still being used. People want to monitor every other thing, Let me see if I can get a hold of the comments. Apparently, my comments are acting up. Yet again, by the way, my comments are acting up. Let's see. Let me see if I can pop in the chat. It's not working. Nope. So I'll have to pop it out and see if where it is. Okay, so give me a second. Oh, there. Okay. So, but it doesn't work, so it's a subset. Okay, so the topic is, hey, Zoe. The topic, I closed the chat log because I was triggered because someone said red wave. Now, I've asked in this video many times over not to bring up politics. That's trigger. Trigger's mostly between. You see, the problem is I got a problem with people. Now, Zoe probably is like, uh-oh. Yeah, let me explain it. Hey, Zoe, again, what's up? The content is, how is diesel going to affect everything? Well, I just explained it. Hey, Zoe. Amtrak doesn't move. Trains don't move. Buses don't move. Do I want to continue? Trains don't move. Buses don't move. Yeah. Grocery stores can't get groceries. Restaurants won't be getting booze and liquor. Think of it. Everything comes to a grinding halt. So everything comes to a grinding halt. Yeah, the moderator Fanny triggered me today with her red wave thing, and it upset me. It literally is. I mean, to me, this is how I see it, okay? I'm tired of politics, Zoe. I'm tired of it. I had to take 4 Tylenol or ibuprofen this morning because I'm tired of it, sweetheart. You know why? Everywhere I go, everyone's saying fucking red wave. Would they just fucking shut up and leave me the fuck alone? Literally, I heard it all fucking weekend with Chloe. Panicking her rights are going to be taken away. Well, let's talk about that for 1 second before the diesel thing. And Hagen, so start with me. You see, I live in a blue state. Every Democrat are voting to keep the Republicans at bay, okay? Might not be enough, but at least they could just basically do it in their own time and keep quiet. Unfortunately, the problem is, I see the chat now. The problem is I have triggers. My triggers is this. I hear politics from Chloe. I hear politics from Higgins. I hear not much from Fanny. She just said red wave. That triggered me. Zoe doesn't talk about politics. That's what I love about Zoe the most. She's got my heart. Then I got to hear people tell me, well, enjoy the ride, everything's going to come to a grinding halt and, Republicans are going to win. That's what's pissing me off. I mean, does anyone realize that I hear my dad, right? My dad turns around, he lives in Ohio, and he says, oh, well, no one gives a shit about democracy anymore. A woman's rights isn't a woman's rights. A trans person isn't a person. A black person is just a slave to the whites. I mean, this is what I'm hearing from Dad, okay? I got Dad talking about it. I got Chloe talking about it. I got Chloe's family talking about it. I got everyone around me talking about it, but I don't want to talk about it. And then the police say, well, how can we stop Chloe from being triggered? Then get her the fuck out of my home because I don't want to be triggered by fucking someone drive me insane politics. This is why I don't talk about politics. I don't want to talk about politics. You see, the last time I was painted like a craphead, we're predicting 6 months before Kamala Harris was being VP and Biden. They said the elections were stolen. I don't give two shits over the fucking elections were stolen. What I give a shit about is my sanity when someone sits there and rams it down my fucking throat. You don't see me ramming down my things on your throat. I say keep prepping. The idea of the scanner just popped up in my head. But diesel shortage is driving me up the wall to try to figure out why we're going to have it right at election night. And yet, sit there and say, Rita, you're going to have a heart attack and die. Well, whose fucking fault is it? These fucking peckerwoods that turn around to tell me that, they're not. And I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about every peckerwood that wants to talk about politics. I don't want this channel to be about politics. When I say, what God tells me, it's done. My word's final. Yet, you want to say something like, so my word is this. No politics. My word is final. I'm not going to talk about God's prediction. My thing is I'm tired of people turning around and saying, literally, I hear enough about politics so much, it's giving me a headache. Can we talk about something more important? Why there's a diesel shortage and why everything will come to a grinding halt. That's today's topic. Yeah. Now I feel better. But I also want to finish my conversation before we go back to the politics. All right, the final part of the politics thing is this. I've been hearing from every fucking side telling me to vote red, vote red, vote red. Let me tell you what I'm tired about. Being told, this is my final part of my rant, being told that I have to vote freaking red. Why? Why do I need to vote red? Can't I vote independent? This thing, if I'm going to be voting as a damn American, I will vote the way I want to vote, not for some fucking peckerwood telling me to. You know what? I'm tired of hearing these fucking peckerwoods turn around and tell me outright, without explaining to me why I should vote for their fucking party when I don't want to vote at fucking all, because you guys fucking make voting to be disgusting. Why? Think about it. You turn around and say, well, if you let the Democrats in, they're going to take our guns. Don't give a shit. My guns were taken away when fucking Chloe threatened Donald Trump. Do you think I give a shit? No. I don't care. And then you say, oh, well, you're being narcissistic because it's the me thing. I'm not a narcissist. I told you the damn truth. And you can't fucking handle the truth. Truth is, no one will explain to me how they see. Zoe could. I'd listen to Zoe all day. You see, no one's telling me. I got all these fucking family members I love dearly, okay? I can say what I want. I can call them a fucking tight water. I can call them a cocksucker. I can call them a fucking peckerwood. But I'm not doing that. My family won't explain to me why the fuck democracy is being, every side's got their own version of democracy. Let's see. I'd like to ask, not Higgins, others in the channel, democracy. I've been told by Dad that Republicans want a dictating, cocksucking moron to lead them and make them go communist and live on peanuts. That's funny. Oh, we're going to go socialist and we can't allow it, right? And yet they want supposedly a dictator, okay? I'm not going to basically play devil's advocate here. This is what I hear from Dad, okay? And it's driving me up the fucking wall. And yet no one will tell me what the Democrats will do to the Republicans. We had a shooting today in St. Louis. 2 people dead in a school. That's news, right, Zoe? And yet, and the Supreme Court turns around and stonewalls, basically enforces Lindsey Graham's temporary block until probably after the election for the grand jury testimony. This is why people see this. I mean, look, Clarence Thomas says, oh, I'm going to give Lindsey Graham, a great guy, this, right? Wham, wham. Meanwhile, the American people get it and say, fuck this, we're going to fucking go straight blue. I mean, literally, I'm not going to sit here and say what's going to make red and what's going to make blue. It's not my job, but you guys are giving me headaches. I just am here to report the news. But think about it. Think about what is democracy? Oh, what's the Democrats are going to make us all go communist and socialist? So the Republicans want a dictator. I hear both sides of the story, but none are fucking valid. When you guys can wake up and be adults, then maybe we can have a serious conversation and ask, what is democracy? What makes the Republicans think their democracy is under fire? What makes the Democrats think their democracy? This is a serious conversation piece, but no one can be adults about to talk about it because, frankly, no one is going to talk about it because they think by their own things. Let me just tell you something. If the Republicans got in, hypothetically, right, I see all these commercials, right? I don't know what to believe, but let me just say something. Now, they might just say, oh, sorry, Higgins, we got to cut corners, and you're the newest on SSI, so go homeless and die. I mean, they could literally turn him off. And what's he going to do then? Go back to work? I mean, think about it. I mean, literally, it's just, So basically, I said, So let me go through the comments now because I have to have a separate thing. But you guys see I'm feeling better now, right? So basically, I'm feeling better, okay? I mean, what is democracy? I'm hearing from both sides if they're not going to, if their democracy fails, it's civil war. If the other party, it's civil war. I mean, literally, can't we come up with some type of thing to see where these freaking people are going with this? Diesel is at the shortest. Let me get the note for you, sweetheart, and I'll tell you about it, okay? So basically on October 14th, hon. Let me read you this PDF that Higgins gave me. As of October 14th, this was 10 days ago, honey. Diesel has 25.4 days. Well, Higgins and I recalibrated it. We run out of diesel on November 8th. So basically, we're completely out of diesel. And they're not the Bloomberg report released this info, but apparently the federal government's not letting anyone know that there's a diesel shortage and it'll be out on election day. And Biden wants to buy it between 67 and 72 gallons a barrel, but no one's selling to him. OPEC Plus wants like $200+ a barrel. So as long as OPEC Plus keeps getting what they want, the entire country is going to see their, So basically Higgins is bitching about how the federal government, the American people got screwed over. Higgins, I agree with you. But you know what? You're being screwed over more than fucking a nickel of gas or a fucking gallon of gas. You're being screwed over for everything. You should be happy you got SSI because, frankly, the government could have fucking screwed you over a lot worse. I mean, literally, they could have screwed you over a lot worse. Instead, you want to sit there and say, well, Trump bought it at $20 a barrel, and now it's, $20 for a barrel of petroleum. And then we got to buy it $7 a barrel. No. Trump might have bought diesel at 20 gallons thing. But the thing is, OPEC ain't doing the deal, And by the way, did you see that report the other day? Oh my God, it was an interesting report. We're not talking politics. But Apparently, I'm looking forward to seeing if they put the transcripts online between Carl Bernstein and Donald Trump, where Donald Trump said he saved Khashoggi's ass, or King Ben Al Solomon or whatever his ass, because the king killed a thingy, and he made a deal, But when Biden came on the stage, Biden treated him like crap, so they treated Biden like crap, and well. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Think about it, my friends. So, anyways, I just wanted to say, I love all of you. I don't want to disrespect all of you. My thing is my taste field, because everyone wants to talk about one subject only. But what's this affect diesel? Airplanes won't move, honey. Mail trucks won't move. FedEx and UPS won't move. School buses won't move. Tanker trucks won't move. Tanker trucks won't move. You see where I'm going with this, my beautiful wifey? Country goes to a grinding halt. Without trucks, semi-trucks, or delivery trucks to deliver restaurant their goods, if they're diesel, everything comes to a grinding halt. Oh, did I mention? Without diesel, fire trucks won't work, ambulances won't work, and any other state and construction company won't work. Huh? Let me see here what Zoe says. What's up, Buttercup? I'm okay now that you're here. What is going on with diesel? I explained it to you, I think, in easy terms. If you want me to tell you, it's going to make the country go to a grinding halt. Oh, I could do this. I got something to do real quick. Sorry, I think this will answer the thing, right? This is just right. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to do this for Zoe, okay? Zoe, they haven't addressed it, by the way, so I'm doing this, honey, okay? Check your Instagram, read this when you can, because I think this will be interesting for you all. So let me see. Can I actually send this to you? Dude, I thought this was under... Oh. There you go. I had to click something. Here we go. Let's see if this can work. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. So apparently I'm not allowed to send a PDF to Zoe. Oh well. I tried, people. Anyways, just to be a loving person, it basically says. So we're gonna, and they're not even addressing it. That's the real problem. Let's see. I will not bring up politics. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Mommy say politics causes enemies, and religion causes enemies. I don't want to cause religion or politics enemies. But so she says, I'm sorry you are triggered. Yeah, well, don't worry about it. I mean, literally, Higgins needs to realize I do have triggers and I do have boundaries. My boundaries, if violated, I will leave. Minor anger and too much drama. See, we're literally two peas in a pod, honey. I got enough drama already with her. When I live with as a roommate. I have enough drama from my family as is. Well, you know what? I like that one. Sorry again, and do not poke the bear. Well, Higgins is, I think, is learning really quickly not to poke. As long as we're going to have a serious conversation, which this is really bad today anyway. Yeah, well, politics trigger Chloe, but Chloe the problem with Zoe is Chloe brings it up to herself, honey. Thing is, Zoe, love, Chloe brings it upon herself when she sits there in that blue chair right there, and goes on and on and on like a monkey in a tree, Jenny, talking about nothing about how her rights are going to be taken away. And I try comforting her. I said, it's not the end of the world. We will get through this. But you know what? She's been told, and this is where I would like to have a serious discussion. All right, and this is where I'd like to have a serious discussion one day, maybe on a weekend, with all my moderators without being at loggerheads and ask the question, what is democracy? Why are they saying democracy is under fire? Chloe's being told that her rights are going to be taken away. I don't see it. So technically I must be blind or retarded because everyone tells me, well, if we go with the blue wave, sex changes. Well, I don't believe it's free sex changes. But if we go with the red wave, we're going with a dictator. So I'm trying to go through all this. Why do you think I'm up 20 hours a day and I'm sleeping? And when I wake up, I'm like, what am I looking for? We all have triggers. Mine are you are a patient, Rita. Yeah, I mean, I am. People call me Saint Rita for a reason. You do seem work, yeah, but I have to listen to it from all parties. So that's the thing. When I come here, I want to talk about that, for example. This is what I want to talk about. This is a really rinky one. I mean, woo! What did I eat? Oh, those are ribs last night. Woo! Now that was really stinky. Higgins, how could you toot, man? I can smell it from all the way here. So you got to blame someone. Can't blame the cute Zoe. Uh-oh. Evo, how could you? How could you basically make this smell so bad, you see? I set boundaries, Triggers are not funny. Politics rip people apart. Okay, they're going to raise costs of flights. No, your flights will be stopped completely. You see, airlines use number 4 diesel. My family works at Boeing, so I know this. So at number 4 diesel planes, where they're turbine engines, or, whatever engines they use, ain't going to work. Ain't going to work. So airlines are going to be ground to a halt. Trucks, everything. I mean, Higgins can explain in better detail, but since I'm here, Buses, yeah. Greyhound, Amtrak, airplanes, your groceries at the grocery store. Once the panic starts buying, there's no stores to refill. This is why I'm telling you guys to prep now. Let's see, I'm sitting here, right? I'm not worried about the election results. I'm worried about the here and now, what's going to happen if the federal government doesn't tell people about the oil crisis. Grinding halt, yes, I guess I will, Joe. Yeah, but the thing is, think about it this way. I made a statement before you came in earlier where I said, I love Zoe dearly. What if she goes on vacation and they're like, whoops, you got to stay there until the diesel's been restored? I mean, literally, this country's backbone is diesel fuel, if you didn't know. Grocery stores out of Jeff. Local things will shut down too if they can't give it. See, restaurants will be out of business. Bars will be out of business. Some of these companies like the gasoline powered, unless they went with diesel, laundry vans, picks up the linen and washes it, unless the hotels wash them themselves, they will be at a grinding halt. Not to mention, Zoe, Higgins brought up a big thing today in an email. He says, without the tanker trucks, see, think of it, without trains transport 2/3 of our food, right? 1/3 by truck because they got to get it off the depot and deliver it to the warehouse, and the warehouse is delivered to the distribution. Distribution delivers it to the stores, right? What if there's no diesel for it? But then Higgins said, well, what about the trains not working? He didn't say it in these terms. That can't bring in the tankers to bring in your cleaning supplies, diesel fuel, or your gasoline, and the trucks can't transfer the diesel or gasoline into tankers to move them to the gas station. You're going to see the 1973 to 1970 and the 1979 fuel crash happen again. Mm-hmm. Chloe may need to break. I got Chloe some good news yesterday, so I'm not going to share it with anyone, but I should share it with Zoe because I thought it was good news. Maybe I'll look for it real quick. So hold on a sec. Let me look in the news real quick because I want to share this with you. I think this is pretty cool, you know. Here, I think you can read this, Zoe. This. I think you're gonna and keep it under your hat, honey. But you know, the thing is you know, I don't want to say this in public. That's the thing. So, you know, that's why I'm sharing it with you only. Chloe saw it after I shared it with her, and that calmed her down. I have not booked flight yet. Vacation not no coming back low. New residence wherever you land. Trying peach plum 0 calorie aloe vera drink for the first time. Pretty good. Yeah, I like those aloe vera drinks actually. Sounds yummy. The brand is Noah. I dig vicious names. So I sent you that news article. You can message me privately on that, Zoe. That's between you, me, and Chloe, okay? Now, I know Chloe has some problems, but that's literally comfort to Chloe. So we don't want to basically do anything more, but just let you know that basically comforted Chloe to the point of um, you know, she's happy. Okay, so let her be happy. Don't trigger her. I'm not triggering her. And Higgins, you don't trigger me. I do have boundaries. You know, I should say if anyone triggers me, there's a $50 Amazon gift card surcharge. You see, I can do that. Not that anyone's gonna pay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, great. You had to literally say it out in public. Come on. Well, I guess cat's out of the bag. So I'm not gonna yell at Zoe. Zoe didn't know. Even though I said it's between me and her. You know, I'm tempted just to. Oh yeah, I did tell you that, right? I said it's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse. Look what happened. We had a shooting today. Oh, and another thing. Mm-hmm. Part of the whole thing, right? I mean, with everything coming down the pipe, you know. Oh yeah. He is a great documentary. Yeah, I'll agree to that. I mean, he's better than that Danish Kanish guy. I can't stand that Danish Sousa guy. I can't stand him. I've seen everything except 20,000 mules. Or sorry, 2,000 mules. You know, but still. Yeah, he's 68, you know, but still, you know. And like I said, everyone, I have boundaries, you know. That's why I try to avoid dad because every time he's turning around, he's talking about his pastor, talking about Trump in church. Like, I want to sit there and say, oh, yeah, that's great, Dad. By the way, Dad, I saw this documentary that would be really good for you on Disney. Oh, really? What is it? You like Egyptology. You did hieroglyphics. You know script. You know all these things that most people don't know. Oh, really? Is it all about? It's about lost treasures of Egypt. Oh, that sounds really good, Rita. I should maybe look into it and read it. You know, Cleopatra's tomb's never been found, by the way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they haven't found it. They haven't found 6 or 7 royal families' tombs that went missing. You know, and it was an interesting, you know, watch. You know. No, I don't want to see someone's movie that's basically see. Even though Dana Souza made the movie, I don't pirate movies, Higgins. That's the thing. I have moral values. It's like my friend Commander the other day. He was is always gonna laugh at this. He said to me, "Why don't you wear a chef's hat? You know, I wear the Santa hat, right?" I said, "I might look into a cute little hat." And he said, "But if you wear something cute, that demoralizes your moral standards." The hat doesn't be me wearing something short showing my boobs. There's a difference from showing my boobs And yes, I do like seeing other people's boobs on Instagram. I'll admit that I'm a lesbian. Or I like women. But, but the truth is I don't like showing mine because I'm not a tranny whore. Okay. I'm one of these people that I'm here to commentary you guys what could happen. And by the way, Zoe, the big problem with this fuel shortage isn't what Higgins thinks. Like, oh, we're going to run out of gas. This is worse than that. Okay, so let me tell you what happens, the overall picture. I want to paint a picture for you. A story timeline, a storybook, a Rita story. You see, if the country goes to a grinding halt, Higgins says that would affect jobs. Jobs would be shut down temporarily, and then inflation would be under control because they can't get inflation under control by raising the percent interest in people. The Federal Reserve raises interest because they want to control credit, right? That makes sense, right? People are financing their groceries because they can only do it that way. And then they default on their credit card, go bankrupt, and then someone else gets stuck with the bill, okay? The truth is without diesel fuel, every sector in the country would come to a grinding halt. But that is not the worst of it. That could trigger two possibilities. Okay, three if you get technical, but the third one is just more like a fantasy thing, civil war. But it could trigger martial law. Think of it. No fuel, martial law. Ammo can't be transported. Guns can't be transported. Diesel can't be transported. Gasoline can't be transported. No, I'm independent, okay? But this is big news. I mean, think of it. They could declare martial law if it gets out of hand, right? People start revolting in the streets with no gas or diesel. People will revolt in the streets, as you know. Violence could happen without groceries. That is why I said martial law could be coming down the pipe. Think about it. Or it could be right before the election, Putin decides to drop a nuclear bomb on Ukraine. That could be a possibility too. Highly unlikely, I know. I did watch CP, Canadian Prepper, and I've 4 or 5 of his videos. Chloe's like, what an idiot. But the truth is, this doesn't just trigger martial law. Think of it. Without anyone buying groceries, Zoe, the stock market would start to dump. No one's buying TVs. No one's buying video games. No one's buying food. No one's buying stuff at restaurants. People have stocks in McDonald's, Dairy Queen, Burger King, Jack in the Box, all the fast food places. They would be seeing their stocks go. This could trigger martial law because if the stock market crashes, the banks could crash, and the banks crash, they could do a reset, and they could be thinking about a reset, which Zoe, honey, Chloe could be right. Think about it. We're $31 trillion in debt. If we basically shut off the lifeblood of the country, that could slow down inflation, but that could also cripple the economy, and that could basically reset the entire global reserve system because we can't pay it back. So technically, this was what I was trying to say in my 3 videos yesterday, You see, the point I'm making is this is bigger than we thought. I mean, Higgins has some great information. I mean, literally, I'm not sitting here poking the badger, okay? As long as Higgins doesn't trigger me, I'm not going to sit there and poke Higgins back, okay? The truth is, he makes a statement. Schools, grinding halt. Greyhound, ain't moving. Airplanes, not going anywhere. And this is the big question, Zoe, honey, is where is the people when they don't see it in the mainstream media? The mainstream media, Higgins has not answered that question. He's more familiar with the mainstream media. I basically look over my news feeds By the way, I saw an article about cameras today. I thought it was interesting, you know. I mean, literally, you know, my news feed didn't. So this morning I got out of bed, flipped through this before jumping out of bed to use the toilet. Didn't see anything about what I set up for diesel fuel news. Yeah. President Biden is draining the strategic reserves to give everyone gasoline. Higgins, would you like to explain that one too, Zoe? Because frankly, that's what's happening. You know, he's basically trying to slow down the price of gas. But diesel's been on the fritz for 2 years. Diesel has been running low. We've been at our lowest diesel reserves since 2007, honey. And because the pandemic, okay, I'll explain that. The pandemic put us in lockdowns. That means not many, trucks were being used, but diesel was being used sparingly. You know, but now that everyone wants to go out and travel in force, diesel fuel is ran out. I mean, you know, people couldn't fly, right? People couldn't fly without vaccination mandates. People couldn't fly with stuff. So number 4 diesel was being used sparingly. You know, number 4 is what they use for jet fuel. Oh, and then New York apparently got 100 million barrels of diesel, but now they're not telling us where the diesel went. You see, I should send Chloe to do me a favor. You're taking them out? Soon. Well, here, would you do me a favor? Just bring me mail. I want to open it. We got some. Looks important. Thank you so much, dear. See, when I'm polite, she's polite to me, and you know. Yeah, so basically Biden turned around and he said that he wanted to restock the fuel supplies, apparently from $67 to $72. Now, I can't confirm what Higgins said where Trump was buying oil at $20 a barrel, but OPEC Plus is not giving oil at $20 a barrel. They want at least $120. And New York's diesel exchange on the stock market the other day, diesel was going for $200 a barrel. So the refineries were making $87 profit per barrel. So they're making a killing. So if you have money, you can put it right into the stocks of refineries and you're going to make a good return. But the mainstream media, Zoe, honey, is not talking about this diesel fuel. They're keeping it under the carpet. They swept it under the rug. So unless it gets worse and worse, not many people are talking about it. Thank you. I'm going to look over the email here. And this is probably our news about we're getting a cost of living increase for Social Security. Or it's the tax papers for 2023, one of the two. What's this? This is... Oh, extra help again? They want me to fill my extra help review thing out again? Okay. That's that again. It's nothing major. This is nothing.
I finally got my shower in.
Yeah, I thought about taking a bath today, too. That's crap. Yeah, we are getting the cost of living. It's 8.7%, so I'm bringing in another $121 in disability insurance.
The reason why I usually shave my body every day is to prevent it from itching. So I have to start doing it every day. It's just, I haven't did it in 3 days, and it's itchy all weekend. Just glad I read that one article. It made a lot of sense.
Uncle Joe selling all the strategic oils, making it so we have zero to fall back on in a crisis, which is happening now because there's a shortage. Well, you want to blame Uncle Joe, go for it. Because frankly, I'm not going to blame the president for higher food prices either. I mean, literally. Oil was near $20 a barrel, and Uncle Don had the Uncle Don. I would just call him DJT. And I'm getting $121 increase in the living standards. Chloe's getting 87. Now, I don't know what Higgins is getting. I did the math, and I think it was like $73. So, it's per month. Nope, they pay you enough. I hate paper. Yeah, cost of living is going to go up pretty much. So you keep an eye on things. But the problem is with no number 4 diesel, and this doesn't just affect businesses, as Higgins was saying, Zoe. This is affecting Amazon. Amazon can't fly their planes. Amazon can't get their warehouses will be their distribution centers will be backed up. Their distribution centers will be backed up, and when their distribution centers are backed up, because they can't have UPS pick up because UPS trucks take diesel. That also means, Zoe, that the mail will be delayed. Think about it. The mail will be delayed. The mail will be fully delayed because semi-trucks deliver the mail now by ground. Nothing's going by air unless you pay for air mail. Yeah, well, yeah. Exactly. So, we didn't even talk about dinner tonight, Chloe. I can always lift up Evo's cage and pork chops or ribs again. Those ribs last night were really good, weren't they?
They were. They were good.
So I got one more rack of ribs.
But next month, if we cook ribs, I'm using Famous Dave's, the mild stuff. You'll like it better than Sweet Baby Ray's.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And right now, the mainstream media, this is what Higgins and I was talking about. We were worried about was the fact that the mainstream media isn't talking about this oil problem. I mean, literally, Higgins analyzed and fact checked for me last night. He knew it was true. The problem is that I didn't read the part where it says, because they hid that part where it said that fuel prices were going to be out by election day. He actually looked at it and said, "Hey, Rita, look. This is a report came out on the 14th of October. My news feed came up with it on the 23rd of November. That was yesterday. And now today's the 24th, so we're 10 days into this fuel crisis, and yet no one knows what's going to happen." Now, talking about coronavirus, I can actually give you some info on that too, real quick.
Show called Hair Tales. It's actually about different hairstyles if you're a black woman.
All right, so let me just look at the statistics. I'm looking at the website now. So currently there's 99 million cases for 2 years, 96 million recovered, 1,092,000 deaths. And currently in this state, New York has got 2,800 new cases and 23 deaths as of today. 1,806 Illinois, 895 New Jersey, 2 deaths New Jersey. A new what's the 7 deaths? 7 deaths are Illinois. That's it. So most of the states, it's all in New York. Veterans Affairs had 7 deaths, so 39 deaths and 5,600 new cases. So they're basically treating it as the flu. Yesterday it was 6 dead, and still New York and Illinois and New Jersey. Apparently, and Arkansas was 96, and Puerto Rico yesterday in the Veterans Affairs. So yesterday it was 6,750 new cases and 8 deaths. So apparently Texas has petered out. So no, Texas yesterday and today. So there you go on your numbers, So, but it is clearly. Let me show something, Zoe. I'll send you an Instagram thing so you can see this yourself. Here, check this out. You're going to love this. I learned this from moderator Pee-wee, so, right? Wait, this ain't the one I want. Damn crap. Here we go. Here you go. Check this out. Right? You can look up by state, or you can look it up by country. So I'll send you this. I think you might find this to be entertaining. So the world meter basically tells you about countries, right? So if you just go into the world, right, the latest news or whatever, and the numbers, it'll tell you what's happening right now. So the USA is the biggest, India is second, France is third, South Korea is sixth, Italy is eighth, Japan ninth, Russia's got more, Vietnam, Australia. I mean, this year, well, you just click on deaths by country and territory. It'll tell you, and then go down to Taiwan's got 27,000 right now. Chile, it doesn't show what China is. China's basically trying to be a zero country, so that's why they got 1.1 billion in lockdown. But all countries are right here. It doesn't show what China is. I don't even see what China is. So far, China is not anywhere. Philippines, wow. Nah, this will tell you exactly how many went up in 24 hours. China is 108th with only 221. They have 257,000 cases. So in the last 20, as of today, there's 120,000 new cases, 555 deaths. So, and yesterday you can even look up 2 days ago, or it'll tell you exactly by columns and everything else. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I agree completely with you, Zoe. Completely. I mean, the truth is in the pudding. Literally, the truth is in the pudding. Literally, and that is, the facts. The facts are in those numbers. People say, "Oh, those numbers are false," but we're keeping good tabs on this.
Ruby and the Well. Seems like a good movie. It seems like a decent movie.
D minus. Well, you know what? This country did get a D minus. But the facts are the facts, Zoe, and this was bigger news yesterday, but the thing is, no one's literally talking about it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and and this is why I keep supporting people. Yeah, and this is why I keep talking about um um why people should get a scanner. If they're near the railroad like you are, it'd, it'd be entertaining to listen to the trains talk about if they can move or not move, or they're stale or stopped, or it also would pay to have it set to the airports. So you you might be even able to reach the airports to use the air part of the scanner, so you can literally listen to the air of what's going on in the air.
All right.
I mean, I agree with you, Zoe, completely. The thing is but the thing is this country has been the country of milk and honey for so long. They now found a way to control it. But again, the question I have is, which I will do a deep discussion, maybe, um, in another day. What is democracy? I mean, you got two sides talking about, the Republicans believe their democracy is at fault because they think we're going socialism or communism. Whereas, the Democrats think our democracy, I believe, is being hailed as everyone wants to go back to the Old Testament, and, same-sex marriage should be banned, and abortion should be banned, and everything else should be banned. And, the Republicans are like, oh, well, if you let the Democrats in, they're going to take your guns. Really? Interesting, Well, right now, we're already broke. I mean, think of it. People are now asking the federal government to extend food stamps January onwards. And the Republicans, Chloe was sitting there last night, right? She was watching her game. Her, yes?
Steelers game. I'm
Yeah.
to get a little bit of this.
I thought you said you were done with tobacco.
I've been doing a little bit each day. That's it. Might buy a can with what money I have left on my card.
Well, save your money just in case.
Okay, so you can get coffee?
No, I was going to probably drink the 2-year-old bag of coffee under there that you never shipped to your mom that's still sealed. God, it's going to probably taste horrible.
Well, on payday, I will pick up some coffee. I will pick up some Morning Joe at King's when it opens. They don't sell any coffee at the little store.
So I got
an idea on payday, right? Which is next Thursday, which is a ways away yet, but I could go to Dave's and get a fresh cup of coffee for you there.
Yeah. So I got two packs of ground coffee, 4 packs of whole bean coffee. Apparently, coffee doesn't expire as long as it's not moldy. Fortunately, they say the taste changes a bit. The main thing is I think it's the caffeine thing. Well, anyways, let me tell you the story, Zoe. Or Rita story. So Chloe's watching the Steelers last night. By the way, way to go, Phillies. They're going to the World Series with Houston. I said to you guys, wouldn't it be interesting if Houston Phillies game went to the World Series? They're going to the World Series. So Chloe was watching the Steelers, right? And she saw a couple commercials, right? One was about this person, someone Smiley, right? Saying, well, Smiley gets in, there's going to be a nationwide abortion ban, Social Security, veterans, everything's going to be stripped. Higgins benefits gone. So, then they say, let women make their own decision. The other one is this guy's talking about taking away Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Affairs, everything. And Chloe's like, what is this crap I'm watching? So last night I was telling Dad, and Dad says they're always throwing mud at each other. Well, then he goes into his little nightly politics discussion. And I called him to tell him about these documentaries he would like. Fortunately, he's more interested in talking about how if we go under a dictatorship, then it's all the Democrats, it's all the Republicans' faults when they're under iron fist like Russia because they wanted this, blah, blah, blah. And this is why I don't want to talk about politics. I mean, literally, Chloe knows it's a trigger to me. And then, but...
It took me till last night to read that thing from Michael Moore.
Zoe knows it. She said we won't talk about it. We don't want to trigger anyone else here on this channel.
It's called Wave Truth. It's not
Yeah, it's a great thing, right? So, the 1%. The thing is apparently this is what I said in my podcast, the one that I do on Anchor, okay? I made it for people like Zoe who has to run down to get her coffee and do her grocery store, that she can literally listen to my podcast um, while she's out and about so she can get her Rita fix when she's busy, And one of the things is, as I said, is if the Republicans really want this, let the Republicans have it. But I said that, the reason the fucking working class Republicans are pissed is not just about the food stamp thing. It's more about seeing their kids go to school and be told they have to accept the other kids having a sex change or on hormone blockers or whatever, and you're paying for it. That's another thing. They're pissed off that you're paying for sex changes. They're pissed off that there's gay people adopting. They're pissed off that people are at home not working, wanting to stay home and work at home. They don't want to go find a job out in the mainstream. They want to work from home. I said, also, they're pissed off that the people food stamps. They're getting free internet. They're getting free rent at times, free water, garbage, sewer. They're getting free cell phones, and they're paying for it. Their tax dollars are paying for everything. They have to pay for medical insurance. Some of the medical insurance pools are paying for sex changes. I went on and on and on in my podcast. It was 4 episodes for my introduction. And I'm telling you, you hear all these people, and I'm not going to say it, talking about certain colored waves. And that triggers me because, frankly, we don't know what's happening. You got a lot of pissed off women out there that's going to the polls. You got a lot of pissed off transgender people. I mean, I don't know how many times I see people on Instagram saying, I'm tranny, I'm a postal worker, I'm beautiful, my rights are being taken away, we need to vote these fuckers out. Well, if you didn't deceive these damn people, we wouldn't be having this problem where we have to vote. And I'm being put on the spot. People message me, better vote blue. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, no wonder why the fucking Republican high middle class workers are pissed. Because if they keep working, they're going to just be like us, the poor class. So they're trying to save their class. But then I hear Dad say something like, oh, we're going to be under dictatorship. I don't want to hear it. This is why I would like to have a discussion one of these days before the election talking about what constitutes a Republican's version of democracy being under fire to the Democrats' version of democracy under fire. Maybe this is something that we need to talk about instead of having our country be divided because you got someone worried about saving a nickel on gas or $1 on gas or $2 on gas. I mean, one of the things I love about Zoe the most is this. Zoe says, when I talk, I'm not talking on the BSO meter like most people are. I'm talking straight outright, non-sugar coated. This is serious stuff we're having here. We got people threatening violence if it doesn't go their way in the elections. Why? You're not explaining why. If you can explain to the people why, we might understand. But instead, you guys are basically talking in code. Think about it. Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. I agree completely. Yes, Higgins, I will look at it when I get around to it, okay? You know. Oh, yes, I know. The oil crashes at one time, people were actually buying. I know what you mean. Oil was at $0 a barrel, if I remember. I think it was like people are paying, the oil companies are paying for people to take their oil off their hands. But now, OPEC Plus wants to charge $120 to $160 a barrel. Not mentioning diesel fuels are right now at $200 a barrel last time I checked. So think of it, No, the point I'm making, Higgins, is, not Zoe, is, you know, That's if there is no See, if I have my theories, okay, this is just a theory I have, Zoe, that if there's a diesel shortage, and this is a crisis manufactured by man, right? Then that means that man, right? That man could be expecting martial law. Think about it. No diesel, martial law. You can't get anything delivered. No oil, no gasoline. Not to mention, New England's is using diesel heaters, and without diesel, they freeze. So all this comes down to a man-made disaster. Now, Higgins has the right questions. You know, he did ask the right question for once without poking the bear. Why did Joe do this? I don't know. Well, here's a thing that I did some research on, okay? I want to share with you something that's big news, okay? Big news. Are you guys well aware that the United States has advanced weapon systems, missile systems, rocket systems, all this stuff, right? You can say, well, how does this affect the oil? It does, because think of it. If our oil, by the way, one of the not talked about in this diesel problem that Higgins didn't even bring up was President Biden sold a lot of our oil and diesel over to Europe, mostly to Ukraine, you know, for their war. Now, are you well aware that our ammunition supplies, our missiles, our bombs, our 5.56 and 7.62 millimeter rifles, I know Zoe probably doesn't like me talking about armaments, our warehouses are getting empty. We're giving it to Ukraine. We're basically saying here, and we're not restocking our ammunition. We're not making it fast enough. We were making our ammunitions. We would basically be bringing in the saltpeter, and we would have Hornady, Federal, Remington, those companies that make ammunition as well as guns, would be basically delaying gun manufacturing for the American people and focusing strategically rebuilding our armaments. But no, Uncle Sam wants it at a certain price, so we're not buying it from Federal, Hornady, Remington, any of the gun making companies. We're not buying ammo until they give us a deal. So we're basically stripping our old ammo and giving it to another country. If there was something wrong with this country, we're not going to be prepared. Think about it this way. If there was an oil crisis or a diesel crisis, the first thing the federal government's going to try to do is put restrictions on diesel. All right. They're going to sit there and say, we got to ration diesel, ration gasoline, ration foods while they figure out how to fix things. Meanwhile, they're taking all that excess diesel they rationed and they're giving it to the U.S. military because the military needs it for their Humvees, tanks, and stuff. But some of the military vehicles run on tri-efficient engines. That means it runs on diesel, kerosene, or gasoline. Now, if they can't get gasoline, they can run kerosene. But what if they don't have kerosene? They can run on diesel. So basically, all they got to do is spend like 30 minutes switching out a couple parts, and they can run it on a different fuel source. But they say that those engines are specifically for the United States. So man-made can't get it unless you get a surplus engine. Now, if our ammunition's going down and we're not replacing it, there's something big coming down the pipe is what I'm trying to tell you all, because we're not replacing our ammo. We're sending out our advanced missile systems to Ukraine. I mean, we're just, and this is stuff that's not being talked about. Our ammo supply is going down. We're not restocking our ammo. We're not restocking our oil. We're not restocking anything. Biden's sitting there saying, oh, well, until they give us a great deal with the ammunition, I mean, if the government isn't this fucking stingy, then there's a fucking problem. I mean, look, our tax dollars spent all these, and that's not including, we spent probably $500 billion for Ukraine. $500 billion, not including that it could cost us $500 billion to $1.5 trillion to replace our ammunition supplies. Not to mention another $500 billion to $1 trillion for replacing our oil. No one's talking about that. They're talking about the elections. They're focused so much on the election. This stuff is being basically smokes and mirrors. Think about it. It's being swept under the damn rug. I'm going to do the same for Zoe, bathroom break. So give me a second. And no, I will be right back. Whoops, forgot my tablet thing. Yep, was reading it on the toilet for a minute. Alright, so remember what I said, everyone. Keep prepping like your life depends on it. You got till election day, so get your supplies in, stockpile your stuff, move your fannies, you know. I ain't gonna say anything. The point I'm making is you guys got to keep prepping, especially Zoe. Now, every one of you need to basically start thinking about following one of the best advice I can give you, which reminds me, I need to change the batteries in the scanner. I haven't turned it on. So one of the things I want to tell you is you guys need to invest in a scanner. If you live on a train line, that'll be one of your best bets to help you out immensely, you know. Because frankly, good. Glad you got your water filter. But you have to ask yourself, are you really going to travel or not? Because if you are, you just need to prep for a backup plans, Zoe. You need a backup plan, Zoe, when you have to plan for a backup. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Are you going to travel and see that they might stop you? I mean, think about it. This could lead everyone to martial law. Just think about it. Without oil, without diesel, diesel brings in gasoline. Diesel brings in food. Diesel brings in vegetables. Diesel brings in fruits. Diesel flies people around the country. Diesel brings people around the country by train. Diesel brings people around by bus. All that would come to a grinding halt, and yet the government isn't talking about it. Will we have martial law? I told you guys several months ago when Zoe joined us, it could be martial law. They could basically shut down the entire power grid before the election, and then that's it. Fortunately, it looks like they don't need to shut down the power. They'll just basically make sure we run out of diesel. Yeah, well, my mom at 4 years old, hey, did you go out? Look, everyone. Hi. How's my little man today, huh? My mom threw me a cookbook at 4 years old and told me to start to learn. What do you think? I'm a good cook. How you doing? If you're a good cook, then how come I didn't get anything, huh? I didn't get any snackies. I didn't even get ribs last night. I didn't get a pork chop. Should have given you a pork chop because Chloe let one go bad. Wasted. Oh, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. I had ramen last night, so I might clean the ramen pot and have ramen for lunch today again. Yeah. Anyways, my point being is, hey, oh, you need water, huh? Let's fill it up again. I'll also move your food bowl too. I'm gonna go hungry soon. No, you're not. You still got a week's worth of food the way you eat. Hold on. There you go. See? There you go. Refilled your bowl too. I just moved it forward. It refills itself. And you eat so conservatively. Okay, so what does this mean for the rest of us? Well, like I said, American people out there need to realize that this could be worse than I thought, literally. And that's because Americans don't know what's coming down the pipe. That's the thing. It's all smokes and mirrors. I mean, think about it. Diesel makes the United States run. They could do short haul, but they would have to rent every U-Haul, every Ryder, and every Hertz Penske truck out there that runs on gasoline and do short loads. Oh, not to mention, I forgot to tell you one of the biggest news articles with this whole problem with our diesel pandemic. Diesel's is used for ships and yachts and barges. Now, the Mississippi River levels are so low that the barges can't carry a full load because they would be at the bottom and then they'd get stuck. So they're only filling it a quarter to 1/3 full to work its way up. They're not even doing full loads right now. And because the water is getting so low, the river is getting narrower and narrower, that it's getting harder for the barges to move. So even though you have trains working and trucks working right now. By the way, did anyone ever see the report by the federal government? See, the report goes like this. If we run out of diesel, we won't have to worry about the train strikes, see? But if we ran out, if we had a train strike while having a diesel strike, the government would move 90% of everything by train, because 10% are airplane fuselages and car parts and cars, by truck. So they would divert all the fuel to trucking. Fortunately, the other problem is they would have to weigh, if they're going to divide the other diesel that they have, 50% for moving product to us, or 50% to the military, or all to the military, you see? The dog eyes look so clear. That is one spoiled pooch. Eat poo. Rita Hopper just went, do you ever panic? I only panic when someone basically triggers me, Zoe. Otherwise, this is as cool as you're gonna see me. I see you rant, but you really actually seem to panic. I was taught to not panic. You got to remember, someone who was born into a military family, you only panic if you want to panic, okay? Let me tell you how I control panic. I give it to God. No offense. God looks at me, takes care of me, provides for me. Yeah, and the thing is when I look at the news, I don't panic. I tell the facts. Facts are, you guys can panic if you want me. My thing is it's going to go one way or the other, okay? Plain and simple. If you guys have the facts, you're prepped for it. You get to sit there and say, I got this. If you don't get the facts and something happens, then I'm at fault for not telling you. Oh, by the way, I mean, I forgot to mention the barges and the water levels. This is bigger news than we all anticipated. And Has anyone realized a diesel shortage would also delay all the states that have a ferry systems? They would be grounded. Think about it. Not only is the states wouldn't give mail that has a ferry system unless there's islands, but everything would be grounded. I mean, think about it. That's the truth of in the pudding. You got to think about it, look at it, feel it, think about it, feel it, and say, look. I mean, I'm giving you guys the facts, okay? Fact is, diesel shortage. They're not talking about it. Fact two, they're not talking about, and this is something Chloe said that makes sense, okay? Chloe might be got a grain of sense somewhere in there, okay? And the grain of sense is this. She said, reason they're not talking about it is it will cause a panic in the country. Everyone would be sucking up all the groceries now and keep sucking it up until the day diesel runs out. Like, the point is to think about it. So Chloe might be telling the truth. Higgins might be like, but we need to be open-minded and tell the people. Maybe not, Higgins. Maybe they don't want to panic. You know the facts, but you're not panicking. Your mom probably knows the facts. She ain't panicking. Zoe knows the facts. She ain't panicking. Other people aren't panicking. We just got to move one piece at a time. I mean, when you sit there and you look at it, okay, what's going to happen? Okay, people sit there and say, I do have a trigger. I've told you my triggers. As long as I keep my boundaries in place, we're fine. But the thing is, we got to give it to God. Higgins can't sit there and forecast what the election's going to do. No one can. That's why you give it to God and you say, shut up till after the election. Then you sit there and say, oh, I didn't expect that. But instead, you got people sitting there, saying, oh, well, it's going to be a red wave. Oh, no, it's going to be a blue wave. Oh, it's going to be a green wave. Oh, it's going to be a purple wave. Give it to God and shut up about the election. Go out and vote and then pipe it. I mean, I told Dad last night, you're not a voter, so you can't talk about politics. Well, I can because it's my freedom of choice and first rights minute. You're not a voter. My sister Caprice that committed suicide said, unless you vote, you can't talk about elections. I didn't start voting until the Bush era. Now, I mean, think about it. You got to sit there and say, whatever's going to happen, happen. If there's really going to be a dictatorship, well, okay. If there's going to be communism, well, okay. Well, if there's going to be socialism, okie dokie. We're one person. We can't control it. We're one little peon in the spectrum of the United States. We can't choose the change, the tides. No, we're one person. We talk about it. But we're not going to be sitting there saying, oh, we're going to revolt against the government. Wouldn't work that way. We can sit here and discuss it frankly, but we shouldn't be taking action because we're one peon. One peon can't do anything. That's why I keep saying, keep prepping, grab a scanner, listen to the scanner, see about rails and the marine. Rail and Marine Band might give you more news than the mainstream media ever will. This is why I like my scanner, people. I like Nowish and Wendyson. Higgins, I bet you, hypothetically, okay, if there is no red wave, okay, I'm not going to sit there and you're not going to say it is because that's trigger. But if there is not a red wave and it goes a purple wave, each house is controlled by one party, say the Senate's Democratic and the Republicans the House, right? They're going to sit there and duke it out. I bet you if the House is controlled by the United States Republican Party, they're going to make this country basically, quote unquote, flatline. They're not going to fund the government. You know what's really funny about the government funding spree? They always talk about cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, VA. But they never, Higgins, talked about cutting the military. Think about it. Has anyone ever realized that? Or noticed that? Or is it just me? Soul Train, choo choo. Think about it. I mean, that's the truth, I'm sitting here asking a logical question. I also ask why the government isn't talking about it. True answer, they don't want to cause panic. Plain and simple. They want everyone to go on their everyday thing. Oh, yeah. I mean, I get news flashes about mass shootings too, but remember, mass shootings are mass shootings. Excuse me 1 second. Ugh, I got the itchy butt syndrome. So the other day, my dad tells me, okay, he says, well, he was talking to his minister, and his minister, bullshit story, of course. Minister said the reason the pricing is going up because we, the fucking people, the smart asses, are literally prepping to save our lives from civil war, nuclear war, pandemic, you name it, right? So dad turns around and says, well, maybe I'll buy that. Well, maybe it's the preppers raising the pricing. I mean, literally, the preppers may be raising the prices. I mean, look, it's getting closer and closer to an election. Food pricing are running out. Food is running out. Protein's running out. I just talked to, let me show you a story, okay? So it says, thanks for being there, coping. I was telling Tone the other day, right? I was telling Tony there, he said, what the hell is chicken in a can? Here's chicken in a can. Pee-wee donated me 10 cans, right? Big cans. This stuff is sold out. 99% of this stuff is sold out. Then Tony said, Rita boss, my queen, what is canned pork in a can? Just like it sounds. Canned pork in a can. Food Bank's been giving this stuff. Just drain the fat and put it in ramen. Then he said something like, what is this? Look at this. Expires in 2024. Canned salmon. Canned salmon. You got plenty of canned salmon. Tuna. The excess fish that the fishers bring in when they sell their fish, some of it's turned into government canned and government canning supplies. And the government buys it and sends it to the food banks. Food banks are now cutting corners by buying generic brand of soups, generic brand chili, generic brand everything, because they have to cut corners, generic brand milk. Point is, this is the stuff that's gone up in freaking price. Canned chicken, canned tuna, canned kippered snacks, sardines, herring. Protein is going up. People are stockpiling, and then the food prices go up because they're stockpiling. And everyone's worried. But the non-worried ones, it's the ones on the food stamps that think that, and this is why people say enjoy the ride, because frankly, think about it. They think there's going to be this red wave. They think there's going to be this purple wave. Some say there's a blue wave. I don't know, but let's just give it to God and move on. That's the best course of action. But those things are triggers to me because some of the things that I see, being a poor woman, this is why I give you my time, because I share my experience. I've been to a welfare office where a guy walks in and me and my husband's waiting for hours to be seen for food stamps, for a measly $14 in food stamps. Well, a guy walks in, gets cash checks, gets massive food stamps. gets everything, wearing gold chains, a leather coat, and he's driving a Corvette. And he's Hispanic. Another guy walked in wearing gold chains who was African American. We had to wait. I've seen it with my own eyes who the government plays on. Whites? No. But you know what? I don't sit there and say, oh, I was discriminated. I just saw it with my own eyes. I can tell you with my own experience. But my point of the story is there's too many people out there, right? Think of it this way. As long as the government keeps giving food stamps and free phones and free internet, I'm not mocking anyone, so don't think I am. They're going to vote blue. I mean, literally. And you know, as long as they're saying that people's sex changes and breast implants and facial surgeries on going to be taken away by Republicans, they're going to vote blue. So I don't see how things can change when our tax dollars are being wasted. I mean, literally, I heard Republicans say, well, you know, we need these people not to have sex changes so they can breed and populate for us so we can be the better, superior race. That's what I heard. People, it's been getting down through the communities, on the trans community, the gays community. You can't be gay, you have to be a baby popper. You can't be a woman, you can't be a man, you must be a woman because you got to give us babies and cook for us. These women or these trans men are like, So there's a lot of conflict in the country. And yet, while we're seeing all this divided nations and all this crap, I'm trying to analyze it all to make sense of it all. Same goes with what happens with the government keeping quiet about diesel fuel. I mean, this is why I said martial law could be coming. I also said this could be the big bang for the stocks crashing and a banking reset. Chloe thinks that herself because think of it, we're $31 trillion in debt. We can't pay it. What are they going to do? Raise the debt? They want to cut everyone off of their benefits that they earned. Supposedly, which I've heard this at every fucking election. I tried to tell Chloe, every fucking 2 years and every 4 years, they talk about taking away Social Security and veterans and VA and SSI, but have they done it yet? No. Why? Because once they get in office, they're told, hey, you can't touch these programs. But, you know, then you got all these people saying, oh, well, you know, our rights are stolen. Our election was stolen. You know what? I don't care if your election was stolen. We're in the here and now. And if you want to sit there and bitch about the election was stolen and we got to defend our president, our Messiah, our God. I hear that all the time, too. I mean, literally, I don't care. You got to stay cool, calm, collective, and go. If that's your priority, fine. I mean, let me tell you what's going on in the country, people. The real fucking skinny here. Without Higgins basically barbecuing people going, oh, well, you know, I'm not poking the badger. Okay. This is like Christianity. You can say, how is this Christianity? Democrats versus Republicans. Because if you're not a Republican and you believe in your family's Republican values, then you're persecuted. You're shunned. You're cut off from the family. And if you're Democrat, I mean, what happened to loving your family and saying, that's cool, you're a Republican. Great for you. You're on the gravy train. And I heard something the other day that was totally funny as hell. So Dad's sitting there having dinner with his friend. He always has on Tuesdays. And Dad says, I think he's a secret Trumper, but he can't admit it because the Trumpers are so scared. Big fucking deal. If someone says they're a Trumper, good for them. Why hide in the shadows? See? And this is the little things don't make sense in this fucking world. What? Is the Trumpers being persecuted? I don't see it. The truth is if you're a Democrat and your family's Republican, you get persecuted. If you're a Republican and your entire family's Democrat, you get persecuted. Country is divided. The old saying, divide and conquer. I agree about protein running out. Yeah. Let's see. What you are the best, Rita. These open discussions are open for the soul. Yeah, well, the truth is think about it. I went through the prepping list and things are running out. Tents are running out. Proteins running out. Nuts are running out. People are fucking stockpiling because they're scared. The other people, the Democrats, no offense to Democrats, they think the government will just give them a handout if there is a pandemic. How are they going to give a pandemic a handout if the food banks are empty because they can't get diesel fuel? You see, the overall problem I have with this whole diesel shortage is this. They're not sharing it with the people. And two is the American people aren't going to realize that everything's runs out. Food stamps run out. Grocery stores are empty. Then what? When chaos and anarchy hits, they're going to do martial law. Yeah, everyone does, Everyone should have a friendly conversation where they can agree to disagree and say, well, I'm full of shit or not full of shit or whatever, These discussions help me cope when I think no one is paying attention. Yeah, well, I pay attention worse than most people. I have to deal with it on a daily basis listening to Chloe. The problem is I analyze everything. I'm sitting there when I'm done with YouTube. I'm either taking a bath to think, oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. So when I sit there and I focus on something like cameras, fly rods, fly reels, scanners, that is my mania to get away from some of this crap for a little bit. These discussions help me cope. Oh, yeah. The mass shootings and the hate are off the chart chain. Yeah, they're off the chart because there's too many people that are, I've seen YouTubers talking about how when there's a full red wave, they're going to go and pick up all the blue people, all the Democrats, and kill them. What type of channel should be talking about rounding up blue people and killing them? We're human beings. Why should we die? Every week a mass shooting. I mean, come on. I agree about protein running out. This is nuts, literally. Yeah, and that's why I keep telling you to stockpile now. And ramen, you are set. What is a kippered snack? A kippered snack is, I'll show you what a kippered snack is, Zoe, on Instagram. It's basically like a canned fish, okay? It's a canned fish. It's a flavored fish. You can have I'll explain it. A kippered snack is like a canned anchovy or sardine in a can. Some sardines are in mustard sauce. Other sardines are in Louisiana hot sauce. Some sardines are in a vinegar sauce. It just depends. That's the same goes to apply with anchovies. Anchovies could be in a tomato sauce. Could be in a, basically it's a flavored a little fish in a can. So you buy a can like this, you pull the top off, and you got all these little fish that's in there that people are eating for protein. Same goes with packaged mackerel. You can buy mackerel. You can buy canned. Other protein is, remember I talked about smoked mussels. They're sold out almost, or raised in price. Smoked baby clams. Clams with clam meat inside. Smoked. They're going up in price. Those are the things I'm talking about. Canned protein. I put in sardines, anchovies, smoked kippered. Kippered is basically a small herring smoked. Now, or flavored, smoked flavored with whatever sauce they have. So instead of sending you a list of everything on Amazon, you don't need to click links. That should explain it better for you, my love. That says this is what it pretty much is. Okay. What you do give us your time and give us. Well, yeah, I'm obligated. There's people out there that donate to me, and I'm truly obligated because I love all your guys' comments. But I don't like people basically triggering me. Literally, I have triggers and I have boundaries. Healthy boundaries make a difference in this world. But when someone sits there and basically wants to freaking stick their own opinions, then they're saying that no one else's opinions matter. But when we sit here and say, okay, we're going to rule is no politics, unless I bring up something like in my discussion, like red wave, green wave, blue wave, purple wave. I like using the green wave. I think a green wave would be cool. See, I'm trying to be funny here, a little humorous for you all, but truthfully, you know, as long as I put those boundaries down, we can have a healthy discussion of what's going on. And this isn't just about the diesel fuel problem. This is what's the government. I mean, Higgins got to the crux of the problem without getting to the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is, will they declare martial law? That's what I said. Martial law could be coming if they know that there's going to be too many people revolting over no diesel, no gas, no groceries. I mean, literally, this could be coming down the, you know. Yeah, and that's the thing I'm tired of hearing. I mean, literally, the system isn't rigged. They're believing some guy who claims that they're their Messiah and Savior. Yet the truth is, I don't want to hear any of this. I want freaking complete neutrality here because, you know, Pee Wee left because she accused me of being a leftist. The point is, I'm not a leftist, but the truth is, if Pee Wee was watching this, Pee Wee could comment. You know what the truth is? You want to know what basically she thought I was a leftist? I'll tell you what it is. She was sending me videos, okay? Videos of everything that's on the Republican agenda, Zoe. Republican agenda, honey. And I needed to talk about nothing but the Republican agenda. Do I look like a fucking puppet? Am I fucking supposed to be sitting here as a puppet to be told, you need to do this to make it for your channel because everyone else is doing it? I'm not looking for followers, but I'm not going to fucking sit here and talk about someone's agenda. You see me talking about the Democratic agenda? No. I'm not talking of either agenda. I'm talking about the severe problems of today. And those problems are, quote unquote, no diesel. Hey, Mark, way to go to the Phillies and the Houston. I'm getting me a Phillies hat on payday. I do not see much. I do. See, Zoe, here's the problem where you don't see martial law, okay? I see martial law because of this. Let me do the Rita story so you can actually follow me without getting angry, okay? Without diesel fuel that can bring in the gas stations for the food and the fuel and the snacks, right? Gas stations are run out. No one can drive their cars. That's problem one. 2, diesel trucks and trains can't run, which means grocery stores are empty. 2. 3, no school buses are running. No fuel. 4, no diesel for fire trucks. 5, no diesel for ambulances. No diesel for medical equipment going to the hospitals. All in all, the entire country goes down the toilet. The entire country goes down the toilet. Everything comes to a stall. No restaurants are working. No food being prepped. No booze being delivered. Zoe's going to really freak out about the booze. No booze being delivered. No food being delivered. It causes complete grinding of the nation. No work. People are at home. People are going hungry. Nothing being done causes anarchy and chaos, which in turn causes martial law. You see where I'm going with this now, honey? I hope I explained it to you in the easy terms, in Zoe terms, because this doesn't just, you could sit there and say, oh, they're not talking about the diesel fuel shortage, which could cause panic if they know right now, which would cause everyone to stock up and everything, and then we'd be out sooner. You know. No booze. Your trucks would not be delivering your booze from the factories to the distribution centers to the other state distribution centers or state liquor stores, they would be empty. No booze, none. You wouldn't even be getting wine or beer, honey pie. I do not see martial law. We cannot even get these fools. I do see martial law. And if you see where I'm going with this, even Higgins can see martial law. You see, here's the problem with martial law, okay? You say, oh, martial law might not come. They can't do it. The government can declare it. Think of it. There's total anarchy, chaos. They can do it. Biden administration can do it. Why? Because there's total anarchy, chaos. By the way, what's martial law? You want to know what it is? It's the total control of a dictator. Think about it. Yeah. Anyway, look at it. You got these Republicans thinking they're armed with guns and they'll take care of any problems that are freeloading mooches, blah, blah, blah. But you get the idea. Thing is we are hanging, our Constitution is hanging by a thread. And we have a problem which could basically be total anarchy and chaos, which would declare martial law. Not to mention the other problem that I've tried to explain to you all, including Zoe, calmly, is that would bring in the total collapse of the banks, which they want, which would wipe out everyone's credit. Think about it. Gone. Why? Well, no diesel, collapses the stores, collapses all the stocks, factories go under, the entire country has no food. Has no food, no groceries, nothing. They can move in, declare martial law, rebuild the bank system. But in the meantime, that causes another depression. Yeah. I mean, these are some of the facts that are hypothetically can come true. Now, I don't know where Higgins thinks of the martial law and the banking collapse, but it could happen. You see, Higgins, thank you so much for actually contributing to something real worthwhile than poking the bear. You see, he just explained it better than I could. Higgins is completely right. I mean, literally, with panic can cause anarchy, chaos. We could be in a regular, non-peaceful time of war, and yet they can declare it because there's too much chaos and anarchy. Because, I mean, think about it. The government is literally got something coming up their sleeve, literally, but no one wants to listen to me. I mean, look, you see these preppers, they're all talking about nuclear war, civil war, etc. But one prepper is talking about possible banking collapse. But when he put the diesel fuel shortage on the course with the banking, see where this is going, you know. Well, just listening to the latest Rita rant on diesel fuel, fascinating as usual. I mean, literally, this is why I did 3 videos last night correcting it. The question we have to ask ourselves is there's 2 questions. What is the government up to? That's number 2. Number 1 is, why are we going to run out of diesel fuel on election night? I'll tell you. I could probably answer one in an easy to read cracking of a walnut shell. Because everyone says they're going to overthrow the government. The Republicans say if there's no red wave, they're going to overthrow the government the next day. Now, if there's no diesel, they'll run out of gas halfway to wherever they're planning their attack. And the government knows it, so they're like, diesel fuel shortage. Then they'll come out and say there's a diesel fuel shortage. I mean, think about it. That's the only answer I can give is, you know, the preppers are talking about this overthrow government type thing after January, after November 8th, November 9th, the day after. But November 8th, we run out of diesel unless we use it sooner. Now, if the government's sitting there draining the diesel reserves and fuel reserves as fast as possible before election, putting it in the gas pumps to lower the price to buy fuel, and then when we run out of reserves, we're dead in the water. We can't even move. Our airplanes on our carriers can't even fly because we don't have the fuel to maintain them. I mean, literally, we would be basically sitting ducks. No offense to the ducky, you see. So that is the only theory I can have in a calm, cool, collected manner. Exactly. No booze, like Prohibition 100 years later, Gator. Yeah, exactly. You see, the trucks deliver everything. That does not include the construction companies who need their diesel for using their backhoes, their trackhoes, their graders. Their large tractors, small tractors, medium tractors, backhoes, bobcats, the little bobcats, the stuff like that. Those all diesel generators. Diesel would be out, which means construction companies would be at a grinding halt. Same with the repair contractors that repair the state's roads. Sold out of stock. Chloe's fine today after I got her under control, Mark. Anyways, the point being is look at the big picture for all of you watching this. I mean, literally, this is the biggest pandemic we can do. Not only are they not talking about the numbers rising in coronavirus, they're literally talking about, quote, unquote, what could happen. You got all these people slinging crap back and forth. No one knows what's going to happen at the election. We just got to wait and see. Bloodshed, maybe. But the government's got some secret plan up their sleeve. That's what I'm telling you. And that, I am neutral, okay? I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm more independent and neutral. But for someone like me, they call me the flaming retard shit that doesn't know anything. I'm analyzing this. Now, my family says, oh, you're panicking too much, Rita. Just enjoy the ride. I'm not panicking. You know who's panicking? People that don't talk to their family members. That's the truth. People that won't come on YouTube and talk about the pros and cons to Democrats or Republicans. People that are set one fucking way. Republican, Republican, Republican. Can't we all get along and discuss this thoroughly? I mean, if you talk to Republicans and ask them why they believe in the Republican Party, then maybe we can get some answers. But these people are so secretive, it's like a cult. And I'm not saying it's a cult. I'm just saying, look at it. But for me, I'm analyzing this from a point of view and perspective that the government isn't talking about. Bloomberg leaks it, then re-leaks it, and no one's even making a budge on it. How long until they basically finally bring it out? I mean, literally, let's put it this way for devil's advocate. If the Republicans, which they know, would use this, the Republicans would have problems too. You know why the Republicans are keeping it a tight lid? They're making money off of their stocks in the refineries. That's why they're not telling anyone. Yeah, they want to make as much money as possible. How greedy is that? And they figure if there is a fuel shortage, this is my own theory, that they know martial law could be coming, so they're basically keeping it under the rug. So you got both Democratic and Republican parties hiding it. So they can, they don't want to use it against each other because they know this is the damning evidence that would basically flock everyone to empty everything. People would be going to the sporting goods stores, stocking up on ammo and guns, stocking up on food, stocking up on everything. Economy might get a boost, but then what happens when there's nothing on the shelves to restock? Oh, well, let's see. The diesel trucks can just move more out, but then the warehouse gets empty. And then they can get more and do that. And they can keep doing this until the day the news comes out and says, we don't have any diesel. Meanwhile, airplanes are stopped, hold. Trains are on a grinding halt, everything. Meanwhile, The only reason they kept the grocery store stocked to a point is because people were literally having the factories work overtime to get that stuff restocked. But when the fuel ran out, that was it. Who's the one buying a lot of the stuff right now? Not the Democrats. It's the hardworking American preppers that want to basically keep their country to themselves by basically buying everything up, jacking it up, and then going and saying, look, it's the Democrats. They're basically controlling the price. No, if you didn't buy 10 years of food, which your food, by the way, hypothetically will expire on the can. So you got too much food. And they're doing this to cripple the country. That's another way they can do it. Now, we small preppers, we're prepping, we're stockpiling, but we're not raising the prices like most. Demand's high, supply is low, prices going up because all the preppers are buying everything they can. Every can of Spam, every can of beans, every can of kipper snack, sardines, herring, you name it, they're buying it. How's Chloe? She's fine. Yes, I know this. This is what I just said, Higgins. We're on the same page. Construction crews can't build things. Housing makers of housing, the ones that make those housing divisions, they're stopped at a grinding halt. They use diesel for their generators. They use backhoes. They use track hoes. They use bobcats. They use all of this. Everything comes to a grinding halt. Not to mention, New England they changed over to diesel heaters. They won't even be able to heat their homes. Same with Alaska. Same with northern Canada. Well, I don't know if Canada has a diesel problem. Supply chains affect both parties, but they want to pit it all on the Democrats. The president doesn't control the pricing. I mean, look, Higgins made a good point today, okay? Not to poke the badger. Higgins basically said they can't get the inflation down fast enough, so they're going to bring everything to a grinding halt. That just basically brings a banking collapse and a chaos and anarchy moment where martial law is used. I mean, think about it. You can sit there and say, oh, the president doesn't sit there and say, sorry, Zoe, your booze $300 a bottle now. No, president doesn't control the market pricing. That's the factory. And if you have higher demand and low supplies, then the factories have to raise the prices. So does the stores. I mean, literally. I mean, if you look at the supply and demand problem we have, it's chain issues. I mean, literally, the problem is you get all these people pointing everything to Biden's fault. He's not at fault. You know what I saw? I said this once, and I'll say it again, okay? Now, I'm neutral, okay, but I do play devil's advocate. If it wasn't for Jerome Powell, Republican, following in the footsteps of Vivek, I think it was, or Vervik, who was the secretary of the Federal Reserve chair in the 80s under under Carter and Reagan, and doing the same shit he's doing, they're basically going to go, and they got 3 more meetings to raise the interest rate between 0.5 point and 1 point. Think about it. They're trying to get inflation under control. That could basically lower jobs, but what I'm saying is, and Higgins is saying, is if we come to a grinding halt, 99.9% minus the government will be on unemployment or temporarily unemployed while prices come down. And by the way, if there is a quote unquote diesel shortage where they can't even bring in gasoline, have you realized that the factories that make the foods, the butchers that process your meat comes, nothing gets done. No one works. That means all 100% basically stalled, basically. That means there is no jobs. I mean, think about it. They could literally sit there. Oh, and by the way, the martial law thing I was talking about, brings in the fact that these gun owners are like, oh, we're not going to allow that to happen. Really, U.S. military's got tactical nukes. If you have a whole bunch of Trumpers in one area and another area, and they won't even think twice to just sit there and go. Why? Because they get rid of the Trumpers, they get they get everything under control, but at the same time, think about what they could be doing too. I mean, in my own thinking, okay, that if there was a banking collapse, no taxes, IRS can't collect it, no Social Security, nothing, everything comes to a grinding halt, then it could be that the Democrats maybe want to go, as these Republicans keep saying, socialism or communism. Well, think of it. No factories making anything, no jobs. Government comes in and says, we're taking these factories to get everyone back to work. Could happen. No one knows. It's just a theory. But a theory that I want you guys to think about. Now, I see the Republicans, as Dad was saying last night, and I had to Google this. They don't really have a path they're on. They don't have an actual agenda. You know, you hear, oh, we're going to take away same-sex marriages. Women are going to be slaves. Men are going to be working hard. Women are going to be cooking, cleaning, taking care of babies. No transsexuals, no gays, no lesbians, no bis, no interracial marriage, blah, 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 blah. Is that a path? Or is that going on a path of a dictatorship? You see, I am still analyzing everything, so I don't have all the factors and stuff. But honestly, this is why I'm here, because you got to ask yourself, and this is a question for you to answer in your own soul. What is democracy for you? What is democracy for you? For Higgins, it could be saving a dollar on a gallon of gas. For Zoe, it could be living in peace without guns. I mean, each person is different. What is your democracy? What if democracy is under fire? Then every person in America's got to ask that question inside their soul by election time. What is democracy to you? Is democracy getting up in the morning and seeing you have food stamps and a free phone? Or is democracy, having a great boss that treats you right? I mean, every person is different what democracy is. No, I'm not poking Higgins. I just basically said that because, you guys all have to ask yourself in your own opinion. Mark should say democracy is going to the store and buying more chocolate cakeys. See, I poked Mark for once just to be funny. But the truth is when you listen to me, you got to ask yourself in your soul, what is democracy? The second question you got to ask, Professor Rita, that's a great one, is why are you voting? Are you voting for transgender rights? Are you voting to protect democracy? But if you're protecting democracy, what is democracy? What are you protecting? Your rights from the Supreme Court? I mean, look, they say there's a red wave, okay? Now, I'm not going to sit there and have anyone break my own boundaries, but I want to make a statement here. So don't say, oh, there's a red wave, then leave. There's going to be, the question is, what is democracy, okay? It doesn't matter what color the wave is. What is democracy to you? Why is it to you? See, a lot of people won't talk. They just sit there and say they're going to vote red or blue. But what is democracy? Why is democracy under fire? I just saw something today in this article I'm going to talk to you about, Professor Rita, that said Clarence Thomas slowed down the Georgia's GOP thing for the grand old party. Lindsey Graham doesn't have to testify right now to a grand jury. That made news. That's just going to fuel more people not to trust the Supreme Court to vote blue. And this is just something that you can sit there and say, but they want to vote red because there's inflation in gas prices. Well, the inflation is up because a lot of preppers are sucking up everything and basically causing this man-made disaster. We were living a normal life. And I'm a prepper too. I'll blame part of the inflation for me. I will take that. I'll pony up to that. The thing is, not many people want to pony up to it. They want to blame the Democrats. The Democrats are doing a shitty job. Fine, that's your opinion. But you sit there and you're saying, I'm going to be armed. I got guns. I'm going to do what I have to save democracy. Okay, then tell me. You're a Republican and you have a gun and you're going to save democracy. Then what is democracy in your eyes? To me, I see free elections. I see states doing what they do. But no, these people, their democracy must be different than another democracy. She can spin a story better than any professor. I mentioned detours because major roads getting out of subdivisions where I live is all torn up. See? You see, sometimes I want to say something not to be rude or poking the badger, okay? Oh, and by the way, everyone, I need to repost my email address for you all. So if you guys want to donate today, feel free to. I take Amazon gift cards. You can email it to me directly here. But anyways, let me just tell you what. I don't mean to insult or add salt to injury, but when Higgins sits there and says road things, right? Sometimes I think Higgins is really talking about me, I. It's like, oh, well, I mean, the whole joke about the SSD, I think, well, I'm entitled. Okay, good for you. We'll move on. Well, my road division is blah, blah, blah. Well, good for you. Yeah. And then, he's saying that, he's more worried about gas prices and then, democracy. I guess democracy could be, unless Higgins explains it. No, I'm not poking Higgins, okay? I'm actually having a serious conversation here. Unless Higgins is going to explain why he thinks his democracy can be sold for $2 off a gallon of gas, for example. I mean, literally, what's so important about gas? I mean, literally, I love all of you. I worry about you. But think of it this way. I mean, literally, is democracy for sale for $2 off gas because your inflation's high because, we're in a pandemic and and preppers are buying everything, telling every other prepper to buy it. There's millions of preppers prepping. That millions of people accumulates to millions of supplies going down the toilet fast. And when that stuff goes down the toilet and they buy it all up, there's nothing for the other side to buy because all the preppers bought it, wanting to survive, The press doesn't control the markets. You are correct. Europe trying to get inflation under control now. Yeah, exactly. Tony knows this. Shit is shit is hitting the fan period. Nothing gets made. Nothing gets trended. Look, there's too many people in this world that are in love with what's in this world. The Bible said, don't love what's in this world. Love God, and God will get you through it. I'm here to tell you, what the hell happened this time? Don't tell me my battery is dead. Nope. I just had an error for a second. I don't know what it was. Talk to you later. Okay. Why would Biden want inflation only a few weeks for a minute to see a mark? I mean, come on. I agree. Phillies are good. Uncle Joe's handles don't care because they think Uncle Joe. See, that's the thing. Look, if we're going to have a decent conversation, you can't just sit there and be all Republican, Higgins. You have to be neutral in this conversation. Sitting there saying Uncle Joe's handlers don't care because the rules don't apply to them. Well, you're right. People in the government don't give two shits about the rules applying to them. They only want to control power. Democracy is love and peace. Democracy is everywhere supposed to get along by rules of law. Really? So to you, that's what you think. That's good to know because to me, I think democracy is peace and love and we all get along. But I also believe democracy is failing because you got too many rednecks thinking the democracy is only the Second Rights Amendment. Nothing revolves around gun rights. First Right Amendments is the most important. But first rights are mine, is what I think is big. But, the thing is, a lot of these people are saying that the Republicans or the Democrats are trying to take away democracy by basically breaking up the controlling the Supreme Court, the rule in their favor, to make this more of a dictator-controlled country. That's what I hear from some people. Me, I want to know what people think of what true democracy is. I don't want to hear someone tell me, we're going to be under dictator, or we're under a dictator, or, democracy is dead because the American people. Oh, hold on. That's why my email's basically opening it. Okay. And so basically, I don't want people telling me that democracy is dead because we're giving too much handouts to people. I mean, literally. I mean, think of it this way. The Republicans out there say we shouldn't be giving handouts. Yeah, maybe to illegals. But what about the people that can't work? They just want to throw them to the curb or bury them in a pine box, load them up onto a train car, and then plug them. The Republicans have no thoughts on, they think everyone should be, if the Republicans think everyone should work, right? Then I think that the Republicans, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, want communism. Everyone works. Plain and simple. Excuse me while I tinkle. But that's just me. No one knows. I mean, literally. Let me tell you what I think is going to happen, okay? Just a hypothetical, for real world news, okay? Now, everyone is saying, gas pricing is more important in inflation than Roe versus Wade. Okay, well, let me just say I agree with it, okay, hypothetically. That would mean that every Hispanic, every African American, every Asian can turn around and be a baby popper and repopulate the United States. It's either African American, Hispanic, or Asian. Meanwhile, let's just say people decide they don't want to have sex. They don't want to have sex. The whites don't want to have sex. They don't want the bills for taking care of kids. Next thing you know, you have more Hispanics and African Americans. They get into politics. The white rhinos are out of office because now the majority's taking over. You see, this is why they're basically, in my opinion, doing this stuff. I mean, literally, they're so afraid. Ban sex changes, so they have baby poppers and sperm donors. Yeah. And yet they're so afraid. What are you afraid of? Oh, well, I must be stupid because it's not the norm. I'm not normal. Well, I see what Chloe sees. You let them breed like rabbits, they'll outpower us all. And a lot of them are hard workers. Thing is they want to treat Hispanics and African Americans and Asians like the old days as slaves. We're all human. They're not slaves. In my opinion, they're not slaves. But, my thing is they're all upset at the African Americans because a lot of them are billionaires. A lot of Hindus and Asians are billionaires. They're all afraid that their time on this earth or this country's going down the toilet. Maybe they did it to themselves, but I'm playing devil's advocate here. But I want you to think about that. Now, let me go through the comments. Mark always buys chocolate cake. Everyone's supposed to get along. And yeah, okay. Rita got her degree from Seoul School of Life. Team Rita. Democracy is never for sale. Power to the people with boundaries. Yeah, I mean, think of it. My father-in-law says people are willing to give up their democracy in his opinion. Okay, this is just his opinion. I want to share his opinion since we're having this conversation. He thinks democracy is dying because the Republicans want to give up their democracy to an orange-headed monkey, an orange-headed buffoon. And I hear this every day. So when I say no on this channel, I mean literally I have to hear it every day. Now Chloe's basically mellowing out. That's good. As long as it stays that way, is a different, you know. There are wise people and assholes in both parts. Well, some people think I'm dumb, stupid, and a shit. I mean, I've heard everyone from here to Kingdom Come tell me that my videos are garbage. Yeah, there is two sides. The thing is I'm hearing both sides of the story to a point. Dad claims that everyone wants to worship an orange-headed buffoon, that they think he's the Jesus Christ reincarnated. You know as well as I do, if you read the Bible, Jesus Christ would not come down in human form, lie to the people, try to save his thing. That's a satanic thing. But since I believe in the Bible, I believe that if you basically stay neutral, you can stay alive a lot longer than being on one side or the other. Yeah, well, the thing is, I've watched videos where people, I saw this weekend where a guy got like $6,000 in super chats. Yet he's taking it to the bank. He's lying. Now, the bank collapse could happen only because of the diesel thing, but no one is talking about the diesel thing. They're more worried about talking about getting out there and voting so they could save their women being slaves and men can be men. I mean, I've seen a lot of redneck killjacks preppers talking about how the trans community is stupid. Most of them are. But am I normal? No. Why am I not normal? Ooh. I'm not normal because I speak the frickin' truth. Truth hurts. Truth is, they can't take me on because think of what they don't know. We're talking about an oil crisis or a diesel crisis, which could cripple the entire country's economy, and that they're talking about overthrowing the government. I mean, I'd rather watch me than watch these idiots. Another guy's prepping, talking about buy his junk, and like last night, Chloe sat there, and half the video was my intel says we have intel that Russia's going to do a nuke before the election. Great. I'm going to put a little calendar there, and when it doesn't happen, I'm going to say, I told you so, it didn't happen. And then he's like, oh, we have coats, and we have tents, and we have this. Go to my store and buy today. Guys putting fear into people to make a living. Is that a kind of person I want to affiliate with? No. I don't want to affiliate with anyone who turns around and says, you need to vote red because you know you need to do it. I vote with my heart and soul. And if people sit there and think I have a cushy life being disabled, then they got to realize that truthfully, I've learned valuable lessons in life. And one of them is nothing is free. But, you know, you got all these Republicans working their ass off while 2/3 of the economy is sitting at home eating bonbons, watching documentaries on YouTube, cleaning their house, and waiting for a job where they can do everything they can online. And then the Republicans say, oh, it's these freeloaders that want to work at home that's crippling the economy. No, it isn't. We don't, I mean, if you want me to get technical, Professor Rita, I'll tell you. Let's ask a serious question here. You know, just like I said, what is democracy? Let's ask another question here. We all know the president doesn't control the economy. What is causing inflation? What is causing food prices? A lot of people say it's the preppers. But we got to ask ourselves seriously that serious question in our heart. What is causing inflation? Supply chain problems. But they want to blame the Democrats. You see, the truth is when you start asking these serious questions to yourself, you might get a serious answer. God might give you a boost. You're not going to find everything on YouTube. A lot of people say everything can be found on YouTube. Yeah, mostly if you watch certain preppers, it's all about most 99.9% of the preppers out there. It's all about Republican agenda. Now, I don't support either agenda. What I support is the truth. And the truth, when you know the truth, will set you free. But a lot of these jackasses want to say that the truth is what they believe in, not what everyone else or what they believe some lying monkey says. Now, I'm not going to basically point names, okay? I'm just saying a person can lie to you and you could believe that lie. Or you could basically rub it off and say it's a rumor. It's like Mr. Miyagi said in Karate Kid 2, Daniel-san, when one believes in lie, how did he say it? If one believes in the rumor to be true, then they're basically, it's like if you believe a lie to be true, you know, you got to basically look at the whole picture, because you got to look at both sides of the fence. If you sit there and believe your side without doing research on the other side, then you're stupid. You're a fucking moron, a hypocrite that turns around and says, oh, well, the Republicans are the savior. The Democrats aren't the savior, nor is the Republican. I'm like probably one of the smartest ones out there that I don't believe in either party. I mean, look, I said it, quote unquote, get some jerry cans, stock up on extra fuel. But I also said, keep prepping. And I also said that if there's a purple wave, then they're not going to get anything done anyway. So don't worry about it. I mean, literally. Now let's look at the other question, right? Every side is talking about democracy is going to fail, okay? We're protecting democracy. And you guys already said what your opinion of democracy is, but oh, bitch. Look, Higgins, I don't give two shits if you have a coal power plant sitting in your fucking area of the woods. I'm all hydroelectric. So as long as the hydroelectric dams work, I'm not going to lose electricity. Why do you think Fanny and I had an argument the other day about the island being self-sufficient? We have our farmers here. We have our food here. Emergency backup. Farmers and I, we're good friends. I know like 3 different farming families I can get meat from, dairy from, everything except milk. See? Or cream. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm on hydroelectric. Your point is what about that? Well, then people run out of electricity. It's not my problem. I mean, literally, I live out here. You got to think that when you're telling me this, I do worry about them, yes. But the trigger is I live on an island. We have hydroelectric. Every place in the Columbia Valley, Columbia River is powering our electricity. We get ours from the Bonneville. I mean, literally. So, I don't know about Zoe and I don't know about you, Higgins. If you guys are on cold, you better basically get some extra gear. So keep prepping. I mean, literally. Let me give you guys a bit of a wisdom here, okay? I'm here to teach you, to advise you. It's Higgins' job and my beloved wifey's job, since she lives in Chicago. She hasn't moved out to me yet. I'm getting rid of Chloe first, and then the wifey gets her own room and rights, and we can leave each other alone. But the truth is if you live in a zone where there's coal power, then you need to look into it, research it. I mean, literally, if you're running on nuclear power, then research it. Do I need to go and say, Chicago, what is power grid? Electric? Let's look. What is Chicago's power grid? Nuclear or coal or oil? Energy, Illinois. So, as of March, the state's net splits to natural gas, coal-fired, and nuclear. So, there you go. So, I bet you Chicago is literally... So, Zoe could tell us right there. So Zoe's on nuclear, see? So Zoe doesn't have to worry about it unless they shut it down for lack of water and trying to cool down the core. Now, yeah. All right, so for Higgins, of course, I got to look it up. Cole, there you go. So he's got to worry. Start stockpiling some extra lanterns. I can send you a link so you can spend some of that money since you're a tight wad. Get a couple gallons of paraffin, a couple hurricane lamps. You can burn oil in your home. Clean burn oil. So half of the Lansing residents use it as their main source of electricity, natural gas. And then there's 3 nuclear power plants supply the electricity. So he's got a variation. So he's got to worry a bit because he's on coal. See, I had to look that up because this is why I keep teaching you guys. If you're worried about something, look it up. See, I did my job already for you guys. So how about a donation? Think about diesel shortage hit, no coal to get the electric company. Yeah, well, that's you, Higgins, not me. Time is not to stock up candles. Time is now to stock up. Well, I already put it in the preppers list. Okay, go keep buying it. Here, I'm going to send you a link, Higgins, because I think you're a pain in the ass. Okay, I'm going to give Higgins something real quick. No, hold on. I'm going to send him this. You got to buy this, Higgins. So I keep telling you to prep, you turd nugget. All right, so here we go. Right? This is perfect for Higgins. All right, so I'm going to do this. And then I'm doing this. Now I'm going to tell him to buy these now. Since he won't, he's too cheap to go buy a gift card for me. See, I got to throw that in there being funny. And I'm always helping his sorry butt out. Or as my sister would say, his unhappy butt. See, I can be a little humorous too. Okay, so this item, I'm sending it. If Zoe wants me to send her the link too, you can buy it too. But I don't think, I mean, it might benefit you, it might not. But I found a deal the other day on this here. See? So you want to buy a couple of these, Higgins. There, I'm sending you the email now. Check it. Because these 2 items will save you a lot of pain. Yeah, trust me. See, I help when I can people, and I don't ask for anything in return. Yeah. Something more, yeah, the time in stocking of candles. He broke a jaw now, and what it was for. Hydroelectric baby sounds hot. Rita, you know how electricity works. Higgins, I don't give a shit. You know why? I'm going to tell you something that I don't give a shit for once, okay? I'm going to tell you something that you might just get fucking pissed about. I gave you ideas, okay? We're having a serious conversation here. But when it comes to electricity, I don't give a shit. You know why? I'll tell you why. Every fucking river on the Columbia Dam, Bonneville, Grand Coulee, Rock Island. There is a Rock Island Dam, by the way. Every dam from where the dam began, the river begins, all the way up the Columbia, including some lakes in the Cascade Mountains, are all hydro fucking electric. And those dams trickle down into tributaries, which trickle down into brooks, streams, and creeks that get to the main flow of the Columbia. So we have probably close to 60 to 100 hydro dams in Washington. Just so you think, oh, well, you should worry because they cannot. No, I don't worry because we power half of fucking Canada and 9 fucking states. And we still got plenty of power. Grand Coulee alone can fucking power 9 Canadian provinces and half of the states of the union, including Hawaii. So am I worried? No. And then other states have power hydro too. So if you look at the hydro grid, we're basically untouchable. We've had in the last 4 years 3 power outages lasting from 4 hours to 18 hours. Oh, they'll just offload it to another state. No, they won't. Even if they did, our power plant is the big jobby. So you could sit there and worry about coal. I gave you your info to get some prepping. Since you're a tightwad, you should spend your money on those right away. And I will continue to tell you hydroelectric here's, and just to get the numbers down, because Higgins is always a complete craphead when it comes to numbers. Right? So just to be fair, we have 1,125 hydroelectric dams between the electric companies and private electric, So, right there. So, there's more than 1,100 dams in Washington. Washington has the most conventional hydroelectric generating capacity of any other state and any in the site of the Grand Coulee Dam. Grand Coulee Dam is the largest hydroelectric facility and the largest U.S. plant generation capacity. Okay. Sorry, I have to finish this before you guys post, right? Thanks, Rita. Hold on. What do we got here? Hydroelectric baby sounds hot. Rita, you know how electricity, yeah. Tis she does. If the electricity is shared even some. Good, I'm not sure. Yes, thanks, Rita. Super comment. I'm going to send you a link because I think you are a pain in the ass. You're sending me a link? Okay, I'll go look at it. Huh. Guess she didn't send it to me. Oh, well. Anyways, let me see what's going on, right? Higgins. I'm not going to listen to you because most people work right next to the dam, okay? Most people have jobs in the city center of the dam, so they can walk there. Most of the dam employees work right there. Like Chief Joseph's Dam in Bridgeport, most people work. 99% of them work in Bridgeport. Grand Coulee, most of them work in Grant County. Grant County has buses that go directly to there, and it's a short walk. I know Grant County better than you. I live there, okay? I know what they're capable of. A lot of farmers have horses. Some of the farmers work with the power plant. So all in all, I'm not worried. Just go buy yourself your lantern and your fuel and be a happy camper. Because frankly, I'm not listening. I'm a pain in the ass while I'm waiting for your link, Zoe. I looked it up for you guys about nuclear. Nope, she didn't send it to me. Oh, maybe I said I was going to send you guys a link. The link I already showed, so. But I don't have to look at the chat box anymore because Zoe's not here. Going hands-free for 15 minutes. Be back. Hi, Driller. Yeah, well, I already shared with you what it is, but I'm not going to basically look at comments now because no one's listening. We're having a serious conversation here. And frankly, I'm getting tired of freaking arguing. Plus the fact I got to figure dinner out soon. It's almost dinner time, you turd nuggets. Oh, yeah, I know what I'm having for dinner tonight. I think it's this one or the other one. As long as these don't... Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so I got to basically tell Chloe... dogs and mac and cheese. Maybe do cheese dogs and mac and cheese. Cheese dogs and mac and cheese. I gotta figure dinner out. So I might have to do a poll soon. So I'm gonna do a poll soon, I think. Yes, maybe I'll do a poll and not look at it. Let's see. What else? And here we go. There we go. That works. There we go. Now I'll hide the comments so I don't have to look at my poll and wait for Zoe. She's going hands-free while she cooks dinner. At least she gets cooked dinner. But that. What a tiring day, I tell you. And I haven't even started it yet. I was going to take a bath and relax and... So, Anywho, glad you guys tuned in. Yes, glad you guys tuned in. Glad you, can send me notices, emails, whatever you want, Every day gets me closer to payday, and every day gets me closer to getting me my scanner, too. I'm excited. Zoe wants me to do an unboxing, too. But, I sent Higgins the other day something real cool about scanners, right? You can get a 2-for-1 deal, basically. You get a handheld and a base station, really cheap. And, I keep looking at those thinking those would be perfect extra backups for me. I can run EMS on one, fire on another, and my usual police. Yeah. Because I live on the waterways, we only have barges moving trash out from time to time. I think they use the barges to move the trash out to Anacortes. I don't know how it works, but I've seen barges down there. It's pretty cool, So I checked my emails and there was nothing. So, but I'm waiting for Zoe, But, you preppers got to, You preppers, you need to keep prepping because we don't know what's gonna happen with the oil, the diesel fuel problem. I mean, literally, it comes up to a lot of conundrums, and you just gotta basically keep prepping and work on it. And like I said, let me give you guys the preppers list. So this is something that you might want to look into today. Actually, look it over. Don't order anything from it because anything you order literally goes to me, and I want you to use this as an example to buy what you need or look at what you need. However, while we're waiting for Zoe, I will go over the preppers list with you. Yeah. I'm going to give you the link and then I'm going to go through it and tell you what's sold out, what isn't. I did this yesterday. And by the way, what's funny is most things are most things are there's the preppers list for you guys. Okay, that's the preppers list I made. So, that is the preppers list. So, anywho, preppers list we're going to go through, right? That'll tell you exactly what's going on. So, for example, essential items have went up: toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash. Other items have stayed the same. Like, I keep telling you, get daily planners. They will help you out in the long run. And then you got iodine tablets. You can still get some, grab some. Then some of your deodorant went down, some went up. Soups. I'm looking at a soup list right here. The first part of the soups, a lot of it sold out. So grab what you can. And then you have hand sanitizer. Actually, that went down in price. It's a pretty good deal. That one went up in price, though. Your sourdough starter went up again. Your little bread pans went down. The lantern I recommended Higgins, that actually went down. That one there went up in price. The oil went up like $25, by the way. You can tell there's a fuel shortage. Candles, scented candles, candlesticks, up in price. Laundry detergent up in price. Some went down. Ziploc bags up in price. Fruits went up in price. Dried fruits. Protein shakes went up in price. Nuts went up in price. That's extra protein. See, I told you guys. She's going to eat and then she's going to leave because she's going out for a while. Hopefully you're shopping for prepping tools instead of going to have a drink. This is some serious crap coming down the pipe. And yes, if you want me back at 8, then I'm going to have to take a break myself and take a bath. So I'm clean. Okay. But I got to finish the prepping thing first. I can schedule an 8 o'clock thing. Flour. We're having a wheat shortage, so flour is up in price. Cooking oil, that's selling out like hotcakes, so grab it while you can. Your sardines, kippered snacks, anchovies, and mackerels all went up in price. See, I can speed this up. Your peanut butter went up in price. Some of your canned chicken went up in price. A lot of your canned chicken sold out. They're bringing it in as fast as they can. Canned chicken was restocked today. Tuna went up in price. Canned chicken went up in price. Canned crab meat, canned mackerel. Your oysters, your canned smoked clams went up in price. Like I said, all your proteins going up. I'm looking at it all now. Then you have your baking stuff, your yeast went up in price. Brown sugar, confectionery sugar, raw sugar, granulated sugar went up in price. Your maple syrup is all up in price. Real maple syrup. Your cooking seasonings, your salt, pepper, other cooked seasoning up in price. Your bouillon cubes up in price. Batteries up in price. Bar soap, dish soap, shaving cream, razor blades, shampoo, conditioners, loofah, body wash up in price. Yeah. Naproxen and ibuprofen up in price. Your ibuprofen's out. Your Tylenol's out, aka Tylenol, where I'm seeing it. Your canning pots and canning jars went down in price. Canned pots, canning pots. I don't need to go over the other stuff. You guys can figure out. Coolers sold out. First aid kits must. Your ramen went up in price. Your toilet paper towels went up in price. Some sold out. Your Denny Moore stew went up in price. Your beanie weenies up in price. Your baked beans up in price. Your everything's up in price. Beans, that's a protein. Your bottled water up in price. Your electric razors went down in price. Your coffees, some of it sold out. Coffee just went up in price again. You're looking at a $5 to $8 can rise. Yeah. Your canned meats sold out. Can't get back anything more. Other things are in price. Your protein stuff, your evaporated and your condensed milk is sold out. Mac and cheese is here, gone out, sold out. Price increase. Your goldfish crackers went up. Your winter coat went up. Your percolators went down. Your pet food went up. Your beef jerky, your beef sticks went up. Your nuts went up. Your scanners are going. One scanner has gone up. Your almonds, cashews, stuff like that up in price. Canned meats went up in price. Corned beef and hash corned beef up in price. Your canned meats, Danish hams, Spam up in price, sold out. Mac and cheese went up in price by $2. Ramen went up. The other ramen just came in today. It went up $10 for a case. Just to let you know, $10. This is why I'm here to tell you this. Other items: your powder, milk powder, butter powder, up in price. Dehydrated and freeze dried up in price. Your beans and your white rice and brown rice down in price. Your lentils down in price. Your rolled oats went up in price. Oats are good for in the morning. So everything else on the list is either sold out, gone down in price, up in price, stuff that you don't need unless you're interested in tents, camping stoves, etc. Some are sold out, some are in stock. Just depends on what you want to do. So, and I have to make fun of Zoe too once in a while. So, so. So I guess I'm going to have to schedule an 8 o'clock appointment for Zoe tonight, which means 6 my time. So before I go, I'm going to be looking up a couple things real quick. So it won't take too long because I have a couple things I want to look up. Now, a lot of you have been asking me a couple questions about a few things, so I want to check real quick before I answer. I already looked over certain things, so all right, so there you go. So let's just go sort by low price to high because I'm going to speed through this because people are saying, oh, well, what is in a, these are all in stock. No one's buying them. These are all in stock. These are all in stock. That's sold out again. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I need to email that company again. Yeah. I use Google for a lot, so you know. Okay, so that's sold out. That's sold out. So apparently 2 items are sold out. The rest are in stock. Okay, that makes sense for that set. Let's close this. Go low to price to high. Low price to high. Low price to actually. All right. Okay. All right. So let me see here. Mercari, Midland, Mercari, Midland, Midland. Okay. So. Okay. So best course is to check eBay and hope like hell prices are not through the roof. All right, so let's just get this over with. Okay, so that's sold out. All right, gravy is gravy. Okay, now we're here. Okay, so that's sold out, and that's sold out. So, and that's sold out. Okay. All right, then. We'll just close that up. And see, I'm doing a fast speed workaround just to see. All right, so I need to take a bath and get back at 7. But first, I need to check some other stuff. Preppers tools I'm watching on eBay. You guys, you got to realize I work for you. So, when I basically make a joke about donations, I'm just like, hey, you want to donate? That's fine. You don't want to donate? That's fine too. I'm just giving you pricing, All right, so we go lowest. Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to finish this up here, and I will. Okay. Was this actually sold? No, wasn't. I guess nope. Oh, okay, so well then put it under the watch list. Okay, cool. And delete this one. I'm doing some prepper stuff. I'm always prepping, looking for prepping and best tools for prepping, and so when I go down the list, I clear the list, Okay. And then I'll add more later. Yeah. Okay, so that's open box. Open box. Brand new. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool right there. But you can get it cheaper on Amazon, that one. That's a little more money. I'll just buy it at Amazon. Okay. There we go. Cheerio. So let's just get through this. Okay, that's why I showed a different list. All right, so let me check comments and then. Yeah, I have plenty. Why? I have it in my closet. I keep plenty of clear over, But anyways, for some of you out there, Zoe wants me back in 59 minutes, so I'm going to go and take a bath, and then I will be back then, And we will continue with the discussion of the diesel thing once I have a bath and I clean up. So there you have it. I will be back in less than an hour to continue live with you guys. This is just a break. So, please add, subscribe, please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion, hit the like, subscribe button. Hold some fun for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs, your service dogs. Hit the bell notification, hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button. Just leave the comments nice as all we ask. Thank you and God bless you and everything you do. Whoops. Said.